people over and one of our translators.
Okay.
Dave, I don't recognize you. You're in a suit.
Yeah, I just checked the pocket of the suit and it actually has the instructions for the last promotional interview.
1, 2.
That tells you when I last wore the suit.
Okay.
Glad to be here, though.
Thank you, Mayor. We're ready to go.
Okay. So welcome to the regular Half Moon Bay City Council meeting of July 19th, 2022. This meeting will be held entirely by teleconference. All council members and staff will only participate via the Zoom platform using the process that I will describe now. The meeting is being conducted pursuant to a recent amendments to the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, allowing teleconferencing during a proclaimed state of emergency when local officials have recommended social distancing. This bill is AB 361.
Testing 1, 2.
The purpose of AB 361 is to provide the safest environment for the public, elected officials, and city staff while allowing for continued operation of the government and public participation during the COVID-19 pandemic. This meeting will be conducted via Zoom webinar, and live Spanish interpretation will be available within the Zoom platform. Members of the public are welcome to log into the webinar as attendees. During any public comment portions, attendees may use the raise your hand feature and will be called upon and unmuted when it is their turn to speak. You can also join by phone at 669-900-9128 using webinar ID 955-3561-4263. If joining by phone, use *9 to raise your hand, *6 to mute and unmute. Victor Hernandez, could you give us the instructions for engaging the Spanish interpretation feature?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Gladly. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members, Mr. Nisbet, Ms. Enberg, city staff, and members of the public. Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Muy buenas noches. Les queremos dejar saber que esta reunión se celebrará íntegramente por teleconferencia. Todos los miembros del Consejo y el personal solo participarán a través de la plataforma Zoom, utilizando el proceso descrito a continuación. La reunión se lleva a cabo de conformidad con las recientes enmiendas a las reglas de teleconferencia requeridas por la ley de Ralph M. Brown, que permite la teleconferencia durante un estado proclamado de emergencia cuando los funcionarios locales han recomendado que el distanciamiento social, es decir, la AB 361. El propósito de esta AB 361 es proporcionar el ambiente más seguro para el público, los funcionarios electos y el personal al tiempo que se permita la operación continua del gobierno y la participación pública durante la pandemia de COVID-19. También les queremos dejar saber a todos ustedes que esta reunión será interpretada al español y para poder acceder el canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación, que será un icono de un globo o un mundo, y en la barra de tareas de Zoom, y después aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar su idioma. Si usted se está uniéndonos con nosotros por teléfono, utilice la estrella 9 para alzar la mano o la estrella 6 para silenciar y desilenciar su micrófono. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Victor. Nicholas Leskevich will also be providing Spanish interpretation services this evening. I'm calling the meeting to order. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone?
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Here.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Here.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Here.
Mayor Reddick.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So the next item is approval of the agenda. Could I have a motion and a second, please?
So moved.
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Yes.
Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is public forum. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address items that are not on the regular agenda or on the consent agenda. So Jessica, could you see if anyone has raised their hands and ask them to unmute themselves?
Yes, we have 3 so far. We'll start with John Olin.
Thank you, Ms. Blair. I just wanted to discuss the situation again that's developing underneath the highway on the trail that crosses underneath it. It's getting worse. I did notice that there was what I think maybe were containers that might have been pertaining to cleaning things up, but it does not appear that anything has been cleaned up. So and maybe something has changed in the last couple of days. Maybe staff will have something about that. What I can tell you is there are a lot of puppies down there. They're nice puppies, but I'm being changed by a herd of them every time I go through there. That there's a lot more accumulation of stuff on a part of certain individuals underneath there. The bike frame problem is perplexing. And it's something that I'd like to maybe someone can do some research on this. Why are so many bike frames down there? And the reason I say this is they're missing parts and wheels. I don't know that there's a huge market for that kind of stuff. I'm thinking these are being used by the homeless to keep whatever transportation they have going. And if that's the case, there's probably a role for the city here to offer some sort of bicycle clinic to the homeless that would allow people to get their bikes serviced and exchange parts. Because I am baffled as to this frame situation. It does not look like it's meant for making money. The most expensive parts of the bikes are being piled up over there. They're just taking replacement parts. Something on the part of the city that maybe would help the situation is, and this kind of addresses, what is the plan for when Caltrans finally cleans it out? What next? What's to say we won't have the same situation in 3 months? Because it doesn't take long for that to develop. I understand that people, and I'm one of them, I don't want to make anybody move from underneath the bridge. If you need to live there, that's sad, but that's the way things are right now. But the accumulation of material is just getting out of hand. And if you look at the city part of the trail that we maintain, it's not maintained. There's huge cracks in that pavement that bushes are growing in, not weeds, bushes are growing in. And that starts right at the beginning. It's right, you can see it in the highway. Everybody that looks out to the right as they're leaving on 92 can see this. It's just a mess over there. And it's not to do with the homeless. It's a lack of maintenance on the part of the city. And I might have this wrong. Maybe the city doesn't maintain that trail. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to get an education on this. But there is a real lack of civic pride being displayed over there. And even if you manage to get it cleaned out once, I'm not certain that you won't have the same problem in 3 years without at least, or 3 months, without some sort of plan to continually keep it clean. I know there are rules and laws that apply to all this, and maybe again we can get some education, but is there any reason why we can't go down there and just clean it up? Or the city, I should say. Just, ask people to grab their property, and no one's going to claim the stolen bikes or all the garbage. And when that's done, clean it up. And if it means we have to go down there and do it weekly or monthly or whatever, that's what the city should be doing. It's a quality of life issue. All of you are, or most of you are, the city council are, into helping the homeless and supportive of homeless rights. But you're making it really difficult for people like me who agree with you, but also are encountering the consequences of those policies and lack of, to support you in your efforts to ask us to help accommodate them. So I'd ask you to take the next step. Ask, how are we going to deal with this? Not Caltrans, how are we going to deal with this situation in the future? And I believe the first step should be the city should be proud of that trail and should be cleaning it up, should be taking out the bushes that are growing in the middle of it, should be asking people to use it, because if it gets used, it does help maintain and control the situations that develop there. I know it's a tough problem, and I know it's a hurtful problem, because I don't want to kick anybody out. There's a lot of people that need a place to live, and there's reasons for that. But I hope you all take
Wrap it up, John. We're a little bit over.
Thank you.
Bob, do you want to respond now or after the other speakers on public forum?
Sure, Madam Mayor, I'll respond now to a few things I heard. So yes, Mr. Ullem did speak, I believe, 2 meetings ago, and I think I indicated, if not publicly, certainly privately to you all, that after he made those comments, I personally went down there and took a tour of the area. And we did then rattle Caltrans's chain. I think we have reported a couple times that they delayed or we were having some trouble getting follow-up out of them. But the last we heard from them, which was about a week ago, they were scheduling to go in there tomorrow. Now, I don't want to say that that's for sure, because we have seen delays out of Caltrans in the past, but the last communication we received from them, after I think they had to wait for the new fiscal year to start July 1st, or I don't know what the reasons were, but that was the last communication, was that they're going to be down there tomorrow. So we will double check on that. And it was our intention to do our best to work kind of side by side when they go in there and do that, and make some efforts on the adjacent properties that we may have some control over, the bike path specifically. Some of it's also on private property. So that's the first response. Regarding more of a long-term commitment, I completely agree with Mr. Ullem. And after I took the tour of the area, I gathered various staff people here together to put together a more strategic plan and approach to what to do. It's certainly not enough to just get Caltrans to go in there once. Mr. Ullem is correct on all that. And we were ready to come back with 2 or 3 recommendations for the council to consider at the last council meeting. After talking about it further with various people who are knowledgeable about the challenges of doing these things, we decided to pause a little bit. We did not want to bring forward 2 or 3 recommendations to the council that weren't fully thought through, because of, as he says, there are potential ramifications and consequences when you do certain things that you're not aware of. And so you have to be ready for those things. So it's not that we forgot. We wanted to wait for Caltrans, and we wanted to be very thoughtful and methodical when we brought back some recommendations. But our recommendations could involve some potentially drastic measures, maybe closing the path for a time being, and doing some serious cleanups in the areas that Caltrans does not control, and maybe some other things with regard to patrolling the area on a more regular basis. So again, we haven't brought that forward yet. We want to make sure we think it all through, and we bring back the council some items to think about that do it humanely and that take actions that are positive and don't exacerbate the situation. So that is still going to be coming forward. We just wanted to get it right. And we will certainly update council and the community on Caltrans and their actions over the next week or so. With regard to the bikes, that's, a little bit perplexing as well. There is an organization in the community that I think is gaining more momentum. They're a nonprofit. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. They have a creative name.
It's Bike Temple.
Bike Temple, thank you. And they do accept bikes from people. They then refurbish the bikes and donate those bikes to folks who need the bikes. And they do fix up bikes. And so there is there is an opportunity for exactly what Mr. Ullum is suggesting. I don't know, again, to his question, why there's so many bike parks down there and what's going on down there. But this is an organization that has partnered with Abundant Grace. They do work at Abundant Grace once a month and do just what he is suggesting in terms of trying to get bikes in the hands of homeless individuals and people who need them. So that is also going on. And then the final comment I was going to make, I can't remember what it was, but anyway, yes, Caltrans, we'll check on that, but we think it's tomorrow. And yes, the city needs a very thoughtful kind of plan of action here that is more than just moving folks around and putting garbage cans out. So we will bring that back to you when we have a chance. And I see Matthew jumped on. So maybe Matthew, if you have any additional comments, I know this is something you put a lot of thought into already. So if you have anything to add right now that popped into your head, please do. I think it's a really important subject.
No, I think you covered it, Bob. But we are also working with adjacent property owners to be comprehensive in any kind of a response, and also working with Life Moves and the Coast House to make sure there's opportunities as this project moves forward. Sometimes that inspires people to seek a change, and we want to make sure we can accommodate that at the Coast House. So I think you covered it, Bob, but it has to be a collaborative and cooperative approach across the board because it affects so many different properties and property owners.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brent Turner. Brent, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Jessica, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and fellow residents of Half Moon Bay. My name is Brent Turner. I'm a real estate broker living in Frenchman's Creek neighborhood. And we've had some get-togethers amongst the neighbors here. And there is concern that there is an idea bubbling up. As many of you know, there was a major fight for the stoplight in front of Frenchman's Creek at Russo, Francais, and the One. And I don't know how many years ago, maybe about 15 or so, the light went in. And since then, we've had no issues here living in the neighborhood as far as the ability to get in and get out, and other than, the natural beach traffic that we all recognize. But now there is a thought to putting what's called a traffic circle or a roundabout in front of Frenchman's Creek, taking out the existing light, which came at no small expense, and putting in what I'm assuming would be a very expensive traffic circle. Well, research has shown that the traffic circles are a good idea in some places, and aesthetically, throughout Europe, they're great. The placement of having it at the One and Russo Francais is not appropriate in the least, as far as what I can tell. Maybe we're overreacting and this isn't real, but it seems like this is something that may be coming down the pike. So we want to make objections now before there's any more energy put in. It would be good to know how this idea came to be, who's behind it, if it has to do with the hotel that was proposed across the street. We'd like to know more about cost. Obviously, there's going to be an effect on property values here, because the women and children that cross the street and the elderly, but women with their babies and strollers and people that are hard pressed to get across the street quickly will be in that challenge of anticipating auto traffic and put in danger, which is obviously unacceptable. That risk to autos is the auto part of it is a little bit dangerous, but really the pedestrians and the bicyclists. Then we want to know more what it does with the emergency vehicle situation. There may be other places on the coast side that would benefit, and I think there is some neighborhoods that are wanting that don't already have lights. But since we already have a light and this would be a bad situation for our neighborhood, we're hoping that somebody steps in and eliminates it from one of the above so that we are just allowed to retain the safe passage to the beach that we enjoy now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brent. Next, we have Drew Gammett.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you this evening. My name is Drew Gammett, and I am the new director of the La Costa Adult School with the Cabrillo Unified School District. I just wanted to come to the council meeting tonight. I just started on the job and just introduce myself. We have a lot of exciting projects coming up in the adult school space that I just wanted to let you all know. First of all, we are changing the way that we communicate with our students. It's our belief that we are really underserving our potential student community out there. And so we are opening up a lot of social media channels and really trying to reach out. We're going to be at a lot of public events. I saw some of you this morning at the state senators meeting, and we have a lot of those types of outreaches that we're going to be doing to the community. Our programs also are going to shift and modify just a little bit. We are going to keep focusing on offering English as a second language courses to the community, along with what's called a civics program, where we're really going to actually train people and teach them about interacting with various civic facets of living in a community, like going to the bank or how to effectively communicate with your local school. Things like that. And then we are going to be opening up a program for adults so that adults, right now we currently have a program so adults can get a high school equivalency. We are going to add a program so that adults can also get their high school diploma if they never did, which is a real important facet for a lot of our adults out there. I've already been in contact with the Chamber of Commerce, and we've been going back and forth. We want to open up a lot of programs. We really want to partner with a lot of the employers in the region on providing their employees with the skills that they need, especially when employers right now are under a lot of pressure, and they may not have the resources to really upskill their employees. So we want to be a part of that. And finally, we are going to be working very closely with the College of San Mateo and bringing the Coast to College, Coast to Career program to our potential students in the area, so that students can not only get the language that they need, get the foundational education that they need, but actually get them into some really important certificates that could really change someone's quality of life. By getting them good jobs and really helping our region by having a more skilled workforce. So I look forward to meeting all of you out in public and whatnot. And any questions, of course, we're right over here, not quite across the street, but down the street from you all. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Welcome to the coast side, Drew. We're glad you're here.
I'm good. It's great to be here. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Drew. Next, we have Zario de Zoom. Victor?
Usuario de Zoom. Buenas tardes, señor. ¿Cómo le va? Víctor Hernández, mucho gusto. Oiga, le voy a traducir todo lo que diga, si usted puede mantener sus trozos manejables para que todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que tenga que decir. ¿De acuerdo?
Sí, está
muy bien. Gracias. Adelante, por favor.
Buenas tardes, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Rocío Ávila.
So, good evening, council members. My name is Rocío Ávila.
Y soy miembro del Comité de Viviendas Justas de aquí de Half Moon Bay.
And I'm a member of Just Housing here in Half Moon Bay.
Estamos aquí representando a la comunidad para las viviendas justas.
So we are all here representing the community for just housing.
Necesitamos que los miembros del Consejo encuentren lugares porque es mucha la necesidad de viviendas.
So we need that the council members really kind of find a solution because there's a huge need for housing.
Las personas estamos desesperadas porque necesitamos un lugar para poder tener privacidad.
So people are getting desperate because we need a place, privacy.
Para nuestras familias y nuestros hijos.
For our families, for our kids.
Necesitamos que nos ayuden, que las viviendas son una prioridad aquí ahorita en Half Moon Bay. Entonces necesitamos que hagan lo posible.
So we need help. Housing is a priority here in Half Moon Bay. So we are asking for you to do as much possible.
Vamos a estar aquí siguiéndolos, vamos a seguir con lo que estamos haciendo y esperamos que encuentren una pronta solución, porque es una prioridad. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, señor. We are just going to continue to go on about this, and we're hoping that you find a solution because housing is a priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocio. Next, we have Julia.
Julia?
Please unmute yourself.
Si habla español, por favor, prenda su micrófono.
Hello?
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, I just came to observe. I was waiting for the part of the agenda where I thought you were going to talk about police transparency or something like that. And I don't know the details yet, so I'm here to listen. And I was planning on commenting on that when that came up. I wasn't expecting to comment yet.
Thank you. You had your hand raised. So I'll go ahead and lower it for you, and then please raise it again when you're ready to comment. Thank you.
Jessica, could you tell her which item that is? What the number of the item is?
Yes, I was about to say 3D, but I wasn't certain, and it is 3D, yes. So that will be toward the end of our agenda. Next, we have Irma Morowitz.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and everybody, council member. I also live in Frenchman's Creek, and I have the same concern Brent mentioned. I lived here actually before the light and been here like 25 plus years. And I remember driving my son and kids to school, and no one would ever stop. So I'd have to kind of force myself in, wait a few cars, and then I would have to push myself in. And it was such a dangerous intersection. It took like several fatalities to get our light. So I'm really concerned if there's a push, for changing that. There's been no deaths since the light. And, we have safe crossings. I'm concerned there'll be a lot of T-boning because people don't slow down. I mean, they drive so fast, way over the speed limit. And I can't see them like slowing down. I mean, they're not doing it now. They're like passing on the side of the road. I mean, traffic is just so crazy. And Pumpkin Festival weekend is like every weekend now, and even during the week. So I don't think that's a great idea. And plus, there's really no room to put. It's a huge place to put a roundabout in there. So I'm really concerned, and I hope you really rethink if it's bubbling up or anything. And I've been talking to people in the neighborhood, my walking group, my book club group, and all the people so far I've chatted with. There's I think about close to 300 homes here. And so far there has been no one for this, roundabout. So I really, consider rethinking it, really talk to us. I think it shouldn't just, be dropped on us and then we don't have a choice. So, I really appreciate all that you guys do. So I hope, you're listening. And thank you for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Irma. Next, we have Greg Dieguez. Greg, is this public forum comment from you? I know you're also doing the MCC update, which we have not gotten to yet. So just let me know, please. Greg.
His hand went down.
Okay. Carolina Carbajal.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mucho gusto que puedan atender este día.
Hola, señor. ¿Cómo le va?
Simplemente sé que ya los tenemos cansados con el énfasis de las viviendas, pero nosotros como latinos es importante hacer énfasis en eso. Es algo que necesitamos como comunidad.
Ok, permítame un
Es algo por lo que estamos luchando.
Carolina,
estamos tratando de que ustedes nos escuchen, de que la renta está cara, que vivimos hacinados con muchas personas, compartimos baños, compartimos cocina. Sé que ustedes a veces no tienen ni la mínima idea de cómo vivimos nosotros los latinos.
Y Carolina, ¿me permite un momentito?
Queremos hacer énfasis en que ayude con las viviendas, que en nuestro pueblo hay un cambio en ese aspecto de nosotros. Así que esa es mi opinión y quisiera que por favor lo pudieran hacer o tomar en cuenta. Somos muchas personas que estamos tratando de luchar porque esto se haga realidad y queremos estar con ustedes con su apoyo. Gracias.
I'm going to take a stab at this, so bear with me for a second. So I know you guys must be really tired of hearing all of this in regard to housing, but you know, we as Latinos have a huge need. We really need this. Some of you people may not even have an idea as to how we go about our lives with this housing crisis. And so I just wanted to share all of this. This is where it started kind of breaking up. I apologize for that. And so what I gathered after that was, this is my opinion. I hope that you all take it into account. We're going to continue fighting for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Mary Vega.
Sí, bueno, buenas tardes a todos.
Hola, buenas tardes, señor. Víctor Hernández, voy a ser el traductor. Si puede mantener los trozos de información manejables para que todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que usted tenga que decir, ¿de acuerdo?
Sí, gracias.
Ok, adelante, por favor.
Pues quiero agradecer a todos porque están en esa reunión y nos están escuchando.
So I want to thank you all for being in the meeting and listening to us.
Yo también estoy formando parte del comité de viviendas.
So I'm also part of the housing committee.
Y sé que estamos haciendo un énfasis importante aquí porque realmente necesitamos viviendas accesibles.
So we're really emphasizing this need because we really need affordable housing.
Yo tengo casi 13 años viviendo en este pueblo.
So I've been living in this town for about 13 years.
Y cada vez es más la necesidad de una vivienda accesible.
And so as time goes on, there is more of a need for affordable housing.
Los latinos somos los que realmente trabajan todo el trabajo pesado y son los que realmente estamos sufriendo de esta situación.
So Latinos are all the people that do all of the heavy lifting, the hard work, and we're the ones that are suffering in this situation of the housing.
Desafortunadamente he visto cuántas personas han tenido que salir de aquí buscando una mejor oportunidad de rentas porque aquí está realmente elevado el precio.
Unfortunately, a lot of people had to leave looking for a better situation because really the rents are really high here.
Y nos gustaría que por favor se pudiera agilizar más esto porque sé que muchas personas no les gusta la idea de más viviendas para nosotros de bajos recursos, pero es realmente necesario porque para poder también uno darle una vida mejor a sus hijos.
Gracias. So I would like for you all to please make this a priority. I know that a lot of people aren't in favor of making more affordable housing for low income people, but this is a necessity to give our kids a better life.
Sí, quiero agradecerles nuevamente a los que están apoyando y a los que están en contra, pues también que hagan un poco de conciencia en ver que también nosotros necesitamos y tenemos necesidades.
Gracias, señor. So I want to thank you once again for all the people that may have been supporting this, and for people that may not, please pay attention because we also have needs.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you all.
Lillian Argueta.
Hola, buenas noches.
Buenas noches, señor. Lo mismo que les voy a repetir a usted también, que a los demás, si usted puede mantener sus trozos de información, lo que quiera decir, manejable, para que de esa manera todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que tenga que decir, ¿de acuerdo?
Ok, muchas
Muchas
gracias.
gracias. Adelante, por favor.
Buenas noches a todos los concejales y todos los que están en esta reunión.
So good evening to all council members and all members that are in this meeting.
Gracias por la oportunidad de poder escuchar mi voz esta noche.
So thank you for listening to my voice this evening.
Estoy muy feliz y muy contenta con mi familia viviendo en Half Moon Bay. Es un pueblo muy hermoso.
So I'm happy living in Half Moon Bay with my family. It's a beautiful town.
Pero tenemos un problema, nosotros como latinos, como venimos diciendo, es lo que no tenemos una vivienda digna y justa para vivir con nuestra familia.
So, but there is a problem. We as Latinos have really no dignity with housing, and there's no just housing.
He visto por la Kelly atrás, pegado a la iglesia, que hay una casa ahí que desde que yo vivo aquí, que está, creo que es del Estado, porque esas casas no son rentadas para nosotros los latinos.
Okay, so I've seen over there by Kelly, by the church, there's a house that's been empty there. I think it belongs to the state or something. I don't see why they don't rent it out to Latinos.
Les pido de corazón de que si pueden ponerse a su mano en la conciencia o en su corazón para ayudarnos a conseguir este proyecto de las casas de bajo recurso para nosotros que somos los que tenemos la gran necesidad.
Gracias. So I ask you wholeheartedly to please help get this low-income housing project going for us people that really have a need.
Muchas gracias y que tengan buenas noches.
Thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, but you do sound a bit far away or muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Can you hear me better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was just wondering what agenda item we're on now. I'm trying to follow the agenda. That's just my question.
We're on public forum. We haven't gotten to any of our agenda items yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Carol? Carol, are you there?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was under the I was looking at the agenda, and I was under the impression that you were going to cover the master plan for Smith Field, but I don't see it. Will it be covered tonight?
Carol, it will not. We're having a special meeting on August 3rd at 6 o'clock, and the Smithfield conceptual plan will be presented at that time.
Okay. And I assume that will be done under Zoom?
It will be, and our deputy city manager has something to add.
I'd just like to add that we'll also be doing a brief update with our Recreation Commission on the Smithfield Master Plan next Wednesday night at 6 p.m. That's also on Zoom. And so that's an opportunity to see more of the work and provide additional feedback before we bring it to council in August.
What is the date next Wednesday, if you don't mind telling me?
Not at all. It is the 27th.
So that's July 27th.
At 6 p.m. And and the agenda can be found on our website.
6 p.m. Okay, well, great. Thanks for letting me know.
Thank you.
All righty.
Thanks, Carol.
All right.
And Crystalline.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to let everybody know that this Saturday is our 31st anniversary of the Farms, Fish, and Flowers tours. And we have 4 tours, and 2 of them are right here in downtown Half Moon Bay. The other 2 are down in Pescadero. So we will be showcasing in the Half Moon Bay 6 wonderful farms, or 5 wonderful farms plus Pillar Point Harbor. So if anybody is interested in coming, please visit our website, coastsidechamber.com. The link is right on the homepage, and we'd love to have you with us. It's a great educational event and learn about what's going on in farming and how things have changed and how not easy farming is, and get really great insights from the farmers themselves. It's a really awesome day. So we hope to see you out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Crystalline. We have no other speakers, Mayor.
Thank you for that. So we're moving on to proclamations and presentations. And the first item is a Mid-Coast Community Council update by Greg Diegues.
Thank you, Mayor Ruddock and council members. Claire asked me to fill in for her tonight. Just a few updates on the Mid-Coast Community Council. We recently, I should say, the RCD recently completed in consultation with a consulting firm an El Granada Wildfire Resiliency Scoping Project. It's about a 130-page report prioritizing areas that will benefit from treatment to help reduce the risks of massive wildfires and the spread of embers, which can carry for miles. Our follow-through items, including prioritization, funding, and assignments that we hope we can get to turn these recommendations and observations into projects, will be conducted on a meeting this coming Wednesday, July 27th. And not to steal thunder from the next agenda item, but we're hoping that Dave Cosgrave will help shepherd that into action on an interim basis. I understand he's got another job, but I believe we're losing our county wildfire coordinator for a while. So we really want some help to turn thoughts into reality on the ground and fuel reduction. Separately, there is continued community concern up here about leaded fuel on the airport. We've had a noted decrease in the noise issues, but residents are still concerned about the leaded aviation gas and its impact on children, especially. We've written another letter to the county registering that concern. Thirdly, you're probably aware there's a pump track, which is a sort of mini mountain bike playground at Quarry Park that's been completed and is being enjoyed. There is a continuing concern regarding parking, and there's a master plan for Quarry Park, which is under discussion, but that's a positive recreational development for families in the area. And then finally, There are more transportation-related initiatives active or pending that I can cover here. We recently, I believe, agreed with you in supporting a letter for funding the Transportation Demand Management Plan. We are pleased to see the continued progress, the restoration of the Medio Creek Bridge, which will help a lot of people. And we continue to share with the council and some of your staff mixed feelings about the Caltrans variable messaging signs, which don't seem to want to go away. I think we're in agreement that we don't like the signs and their location. Some of us up here did like the technological benefits of the monitoring data, but there are also privacy concerns about that. One thing I would point out, and I know Half Moon Bay had staff attend a Caltrans meeting that I was at, there's a long-term consideration that Caltrans has of putting in broadband on the road. And that's something that I think the entire Midcoast and Half Moon Bay would benefit from, given our vulnerability to a single servicer. There's a Caltrans Highway 1 multi-asset rehabilitation environmental document being released shortly. We'll be looking at that closely, but even if it doesn't immediately contain the broadband issue, I think it's something we should keep our eyes on mutually, because that technology may pay benefits beyond just emergency evacuation. And that's all I have to share right now. I'm open to handle questions as best I can.
Thanks, Greg. As usual, you guys got a lot going on. Does anybody have any questions for Greg?
Yeah, Caltrans is having a webinar about this multimodal stuff. I'm looking it up right now when it is. It's coming up soon.
It's Thursday. I believe it's the 21st, starting at it's either 6 or 7 p.m.
Yeah, 6 p.m.
Okay, Greg, thanks for coming on down.
Okay, thank you.
Our next item is a proclamation celebrating, I don't know if that's the right word, but, saying thank you to Dave Cosgrave for all he's done for the coast. So I will read. Tonight, it's my honor to present a very special proclamation to someone who has dedicated his entire career to literally protecting the coast side, its people, and its lands. We're commemorating the retirement of Chief David Cosgrave after 32 years of fire protection service to the coastside community. Dave has held many different roles during his career of service. It was in 1990 that he first joined what was then the Half Moon Bay Fire Protection District as a firefighter engineer, and he was promoted to captain a few years later. During that time, he became a licensed paramedic and later was promoted to division chief of training. When Half Moon Bay Fire and Point Montera Fire merged and transitioned to CAL FIRE in 2008, Dave was promoted to battalion chief. Then in 2021, he became division chief. As a resident and first responder on the coast side, David's passions for the community inspired him to the highest levels of excellence in providing critical public safety services. He has always recognized the importance of bringing disaster preparation to the coastside community, given our unique geography and location, and did this in many ways, including as program manager and lead instructor of Coastside Search, and by playing a crucial role in the annual Great Coastside Shakeout in 2021. Dave's efforts in serving the community have been tireless, including service as a coordinating committee member of the ECA and as a chair of the Coastside Emergency Action Program. He's assisted in planning for County Disaster Preparedness Day and the inaugural Coastside Preparedness Day, and he supported the city's development and launch of the Crisis Assistance Response and Evaluation Services, or the CARES program, in 2022. In short, Dave has been a great partner to the city and the coastside, helping us all reach a higher level of disaster preparedness and providing top-notch emergency response services. David, all of us in Half Moon Bay, from my city council colleagues to our staff and the entire community, sincerely appreciate the outstanding professionalism and dedication that you have brought to all of your roles here over the last 32 years. You created a true legacy here on the coast side, and we are all safer and more secure because of it. On behalf of the Half Moon Bay City Council, thank you, Chief Cosgrave, for being here on the coast side for the entirety of your remarkable career, and congratulations on your retirement. We wish you the best and offer our sincere gratitude. And we're glad you're going to still be staying here on the coast and working on behalf of disaster preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Penrose, and Councilmember Brownstone, Jimenez, and Rohrbach. It's been a group effort from the city, the county, and especially the citizens of the city and the county. And it's been a passion of mine, and it's been a shared passion. The city, with your disaster day that you guys put together pre-COVID, was a wonderful event, and I hope that comes back after the COVID finally leaves us, and we can do that. And I know all the members of the council are very supportive of CERT, and four of you are members of CERT, and Joaquin, I know you've been helping out with the Listos and had a meeting with Cynthia Cheryl, and we're looking forward to your support and the assets that you bring to the table. And so the support that you've given the fire district, the support you've given Coastside CERT is well received coastwide, all along the coastside, to help the entire coastside and the citizenship. And I thank you for your recognition very much.
Would anybody like to say anything about Dave?
Yeah, I would. Dave, you have been a marvelous leader. You have been a fabulous addition to the coast and irreplaceable. But the thing that has pleased me the most about it is that I feel as if you're a friend of the coast. I don't know anybody who doesn't like you. Your sense of humor, your genuine kindness, your total accessibility are remarkable in someone who does such an important big job here. And we are going to miss you dearly, but I'm glad that you will still be here with CERT, and I'm not sure if you'll still be involved in the KEEP group, but everything you've done has been great and done very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Penrose, and your efforts on the Emergency Council to get the recognition of the Emergency Council to recognize the disaster service worker was instrumental in getting it rolling as well. So, like I said, it's been a joint effort. So thank you very much.
Harvey, I see you're unmuted. Did you want to talk?
Yeah, Dave was my CERT instructor, and he was amazing. I learned a lot. It was funny, helpful, and he's going to stay on the coast. So that's the good news. Thank you, Dave.
I just want to add that I think you're a wonderful educator.
Oh, thank you.
The trainings that you do were just wonderful, and I learned a whole lot. And I thought your style and your care and concern for everybody was really remarkable. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we salute you, but we have to move on. We have a really huge meeting tonight.
Again, thank you. Good night.
Mayor Reddick, we did get one hand raised for that item. I'll leave at your discretion if you want to.
Take it, sure.
Okay. Bill Balson.
Hi, Dave. As president of Ocean Colony Association, I would just like to personally thank you for everything you've done for our area down on the southern side of the county, and that includes Kanata Cove and the rest, as well as Ocean Colony. I can still remember the presentation you gave down at our community center, and it was very enlightening, your wealth of knowledge. So I thank you again.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. That's why I do it, is getting people involved.
Thank you, Bill.
Okay, so we're moving on to mayor's announcements. I just want to say that, we had a really big day in Half Moon Bay today with several people who were either with the state legislature or working in the governor's office. We started out with Java with Josh at MacDutra Park at 9:00. And we had a good turnout, and he talked about his legislative platform and fielded questions. I thought he was very well received. And then he went, and several people went to Alas, to introduce Senator Becker to Alas and all their wonderful services. And then the city clerk and I and the public works director and our city manager took a tour of Beechwood and the Kehoe Channel and the SAM treatment plant to discuss a potential project to protect the sewer plant in the residential subdivision nearby from flooding. It's a very conceptual plan right now, but we had discussed it with him previously when we were in Sacramento and wanted to actually show him the site. And we actually took him down to the plant, and he was able to see the electrical system at SAM, which is at risk from rising groundwater and sea level rise, and flooding from Polarcitos Creek. It's actually lower than those than the sea level and the creek. So that's a potential future problem that we have to address. He met with the general manager, and it was a really nice tour. And then we went to the 75th anniversary of the Coastside County Water District, which was lovely. There were actually people there who were older than CCWD, which was interesting, but it was a wonderful time. And then the city staff took the deputy regional director for Governor Gavin Newsom on a tour of Coast House, Abundant Grace Workforce Center, at El Centro de Libertad, and show them what we're doing for the CARES program, and went by 555 Kelly and showed them the proximity of all these wonderful social net services. And they were very excited by it. And we'll take back some information up to the governor. It's a very long day, but lots accomplished and lots of good feeling and goodwill. So it was really a great day. So hopefully there will be consequences of that in the form of future projects and outreach to the important people we need in Sacramento to support our activities. So I'll just leave that at that. And there's nothing to report out from recent closed sessions.
Correct, Madam Mayor. Nothing to report out.
Yes. And so now we're having city manager updates to council. Do we have
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have a long agenda ahead of us, and so we have no city manager updates this evening.
Okay, great. That's appreciated. And so we're moving on to the consent calendar. There are quite a few items there. It would be appreciated if a council member could, when making a motion to approve, if you could at least read the titles of the items that are on the consent calendar and identify now any items that you would like to have pulled, if any.
Mayor?
Harvey.
I'd like to make a very brief comment about item J. I don't want to pull it. I just want to comment. Is that all right?
Catherine, is that okay?
Yes, that is all right.
Item J is a doubly good item because it shows us that the city and school district are at long last collaborating on an important project. So that we heard a little bit about another La Costa plan that the school district has on Kelly. This is something else that involves resiliency and a joint effort that the city and the school district are going to enter into to try to do a power purchase agreement for both solar and storage. It's a wonderful opportunity. It's great that the city and the school district are collaborating, and I hope the project really works out and that we can actually build some useful, resilient solar power with storage. So I just want to say that it's a wonderful project and I'm fully in favor of it.
Thank you, Harvey. Yes, Senator Becker was informed of this item on our agenda and actually expressed interest in directing us to some resources to help. So he was very interested in what we're doing there. So he will want, some additional information going forward. So I thought that was really good. So thank you for that. Anybody else? Would someone like to make a motion?
Sure, I'll make it. I move that we waive the reading of resolutions and ordinances. That we move for re-ratification of resolution to continue holding public meetings remotely. That we adopt a resolution amending the Conflict of Interest Code. That we adopt a resolution urging Sutter Health to reopen the Mickelson Therapy Pool and to maintain the open access hours that were in place prior to January 2020. That we receive and file a letter of support for community assistance, recovery, and empowerment care court bill, Senate Bill 1338. That we accept the warrants list for the month of June 2022. That we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a 2-year agreement with Pacifica Community Television for public, educational, and governmental access television services for the city of Half Moon Bay. That we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a First Amendment to the professional services agreement with Stepford Incorporated to extend the agreement term by 6 months. That we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a purchase and sale agreement to acquire a parcel located in the west of Railroad area owned by Spencer C. Chen and Peggy Y. Chen as co-trustees of the Chen Family Trust, dated November 2, 2004. San Mateo County APN 064-022-120. Move that we authorize the city staff to prepare a joint request for proposals with Cabrillo Unified School District seeking a power purchase agreement for community solar generation and battery storage projects. Move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement with Freyer and Loretta Incorporated, consultant for design services for the Main Street Safety Improvement Project, increasing the not to exceed contract amount from $29,900 to $35,900. We adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with Wood Consulting Services for economic recovery plan services, coastside recovery initiative implementation, and city projects that support a more equitable, vibrant, and resilient coastside economy with a not to exceed amount of $140,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Yes.
and Mayor Reddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I just want to make one comment about 1G, which is the contract with Pacific Coast Television. I noticed in there that one of the long-term goals is to locate in Half Moon Bay like a training office and media lab, to train young people in video production. And it seems to me, with a new focus on workforce development with the Workforce Development Center and the new fellow we have at La Costa Adult School and our Coastside Recovery Initiative, that, maybe there's a way to incorporate that long-term goal into our planning purposes for economic development and workforce development. If it's could be located downtown, it could be near KHMB radio, maybe they learn both radio and video, but I just want to throw that idea out there. It seems to me like there's some synergies there. Okay,
Madam Mayor, I see our Karen Decker, who's leading the Recovery Initiative, in the audience. So she heard that, and we will definitely include that in all that planning. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving on to item 2, ordinances and public hearings. The first item is item 2A, which is fiscal year 2022-23 sewer service charges and assessments.
Hello, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. Give me a few minutes to pull up the PowerPoint.
And it's ready.
All right, thank you. Hello, Madam Mayor, Honorable Council, and members of the public. Today, we have a short presentation and public hearing on the sewer assessments for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Next slide, please. This is an annual recurring presentation. We do this every year around this time. This presentation doesn't have any significant policy recommendations or changes. At the end of the presentation, staff will ask council to conduct a public hearing, and then from there, adopt a resolution approving the sewer service assessments and charges, and most importantly, direct staff to file the assessments with the county to be on property tax rolls, and also to direct staff to bill assessments directly that aren't on the tax rolls. Some background for the public. So the city owns and operates a sewer collection system along with capital expenses for the sewer system. The treatment of the system, the day-to-day work, is provided by the Sewer Authority Mid-Coast side. This is an agency that includes the city, but also 2 special districts of Montero and Grenada. In order to provide these services, the city does charge a sewer assessment fee, and those fees are maintained in a separate fund. We use those monies to support operations and capital expenditures. Now, back in 2020, the City Council adopted a new sewer service rate structure. And at the time, that rate structure, that plan is a 5-year plan. And now we're in year 3 of that plan. So the fees outlined in this assessment follows that plan that was approved by that council back in 2020. And then finally, as an overall point, there are about 3,400 customers that the city provides sewer services to. And most, if not all, are billed through the property taxes. About 200 is billed directly. The discussion is more the logistical portion of this, what happens from here. For most customers, as I mentioned, are assessed through the property taxes. So we have to work with the county to send the amounts, send the APN numbers, send the parcels, and so that they can include those charges onto the property tax bills. The property tax bills, as most know, are due in December and in April. There are a handful of customers that are not on the tax rolls. So in addition to asking council for the county to help us with the majority of the customers, we're also asking council to direct staff to bill them directly. So county needs the data, but also city council needs to approve the resolution saying that we want the county to do this for us. This is needed, required by the county by July 31st. If council approves, the total parcels through property tax rolls would be around 3,200. Now, because this is fee related, the city is required to do a public hearing, which we're also asking council. If approved, the assessments are estimated to be about 5.6 million. With that, staff recommends follow after the public hearing. Staff is recommending to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2022 through 2023 sewer service assessments and charges. Number 2, direct staff to file the assessment roll and authorize the county controller to place the assessment charges on the County of San Mateo property tax roll. And 3, direct staff to bill assessments directly that are not on the tax roll. That concludes the presentation, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ken. So I thought I would just check in with council members to see if you have questions for staff before I open the public hearing. Seeing none, I would open the public hearing. And Jessica, could you see if there are any folks wishing to comment?
Do have one comment, Mayor. Bill Balson.
Hi, my name is Bill Balson, and over the past 6 months, I wrote a series of published articles. I've warned of financial irregularities in the sewer funds. We now learn that the problems are worse than I imagined. Not only did the sewer cost study in 2020 double our sewer rates over 5 years, but now the city wants an early redo to increase the sewer rates even more. Yet the city council has still not clearly established a vision for a 100% sustainable sewer treatment center with water recycling. And that's more important than the cost. The cost is really not that important relative to the dangers to our environment caused by overflows at STAM, which are in part caused by our failure to have a wet weather storage that's sufficient, and failure to implement the water recycling plan that has been designed and ready and funded for about 10 to 15 years now. Thank you.
Bill.
Anyone else, Jessica?
No other speakers.
I am going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council for questions and comments. Anybody? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I move per staff's recommendation.
Second.
Is that an adequate motion, Catherine?
That is, but just for the purposes of the public here watching, it might be easier for folks to follow along to read the resolution. There we go.
Deborah, you're muted.
I move that we adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2022-23 sewer service assessments and charges, and that we direct staff to file the assessment roll and authorize the county controller to place the assessment charges on the County of San Mateo property tax roll, and direct staff to bill assessments directly that are not on the tax roll.
Second.
We have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone.
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rarbach.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose.
Yes.
And Mayor Redditt.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3, resolutions and staff reports. First item is item 3A. Actually, I'm going to check in with council. How do people feel about taking a short break at this point? I imagine this next item is going to take a while. There's going to be a detailed presentation, but I'm guessing there will be, given comments in public forum, that we might have some robust public testimony on this item. I would recommend that we take a a short break. Would everybody be copacetic with that?
Okay.
Okay, let's be back at 8:25. Welcome back. I think we have one more minute to get everybody back. Okay. I see. I think all the council members are here now. Okay. We will resume our meeting with item 3A, 555 Kelly Avenue, authorization to prepare an exclusive negotiations agreement and a pre-development loan agreement with Mercy Housing. I believe Jill Egas will present.
Good evening, Mayor Reddick and Council. I'm Jill Egas, your Community Development Director.
Jill, you have some feedback going on?
Okay, let me try.
It stopped now.
How is it now?
I don't hear it now.
Okay. All right, to begin. Staff is
microphone. Jill, I can still hear it. There's some feedback. I think it's your microphone on your headphones. Because every time you say something, there's feedback.
I'm going to try something else. Can you hear me? Is that better? All right. Staff is heartened to bring this item before you tonight. Before diving into the presentations, however, I would like to take the opportunity to introduce the city's new housing coordinator, Mike Noche. Mike has over 12 years of experience as a municipal government professional. He comes to us with experience in housing policy, below market rate housing, and a diverse array of projects that have led to the preservation and production of affordable housing. He grew up, he grew up in San Mateo County and now resides with his family in El Granada. Mike started just a month ago and arrived ready to contribute. On his very first day on the job, I have to share, he accompanied Victor Gaetan and me to a focus group meeting at Alas. And here he is tonight, prepared to present on this very important affordable housing opportunity. Mike, welcome, and turning it over to you. Thank you.
For that wonderful introduction, and good evening, Mayor Reddick and council members. It's a pleasure to be here and very excited to be in this role with the city of Half Moon Bay and serve our local community. And in the interest of time, I will go ahead and get started with our presentation for an affordable housing proposal at 555 Kelly Avenue, and I will pull that up momentarily. All right, and you should see my screen now. I also wanted to acknowledge that I'm also joined by representatives from Mercy Housing and Alas. From Mercy Housing this evening, we have Christine Anderson and Tim Dunn. And from Alas, we should have Belinda Hernandez Arriaga. And I know we're checking on that. Didn't see her in the attendee list, but I think we're working on getting her on the line. So I apologize if there's any confusion there in advance. That being said, we're also being joined by the city's housing consultant, Janet Stone, who was instrumental in the city's release of the RFQ. That being said, this evening on our agenda for this brief staff presentation, and then I will hand it over to the Mercy Housing and the LOS team for a brief presentation as well, and further information about the proposal, but I'll give a brief background about the RFQ, request for qualifications process, as well as the proposal that was received and the project specific considerations about the project, and welcome feedback, of course, and the recommendation in front of council this evening. As background, the city released an RFQ on February 15th, 2022. That was open for a few months to allow multiple nonprofit, affordable housing nonprofit developers to be solicited. The deadline was on May 23rd, 2022. This is the RFQ is specific, and I will dive into the specific site on the next slide. But the city did request, made a request for affordable housing to be developed on this city-owned property.
Excuse me, Mike. Our legal counsel would like to just jump in for a moment.
Yeah, if I could just jump in with a reminder to Councilor Jimenez that this is an item involving a potential contract with ALES. And I understand you have a practice of recusing on items involving ALES because you are an employee of that organization. So consistent with your past practice, I would recommend recusal here. And of course, we will call you back before we move on to the next item.
Thank you, Catherine. And I will recuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Okay, Mike, continue.
Thank you, Mayor. So the proposal that was received, as I mentioned, multiple nonprofit affordable housing developers were solicited. Due to the constraints of the site being not as large as some affordable housing developers would typically like to see, we did not receive as many proposals as the city had originally hoped, but we did receive, I'm very gracious to receive a proposal from Mercy Housing, who was partnered with ALOS, and they submitted a joint proposal, which I'll go into a brief overview. The proposal in front of you this evening is for an affordable housing. It's focused on farm workers, or excuse me, a specific focus on seniors, but for farm workers specifically. And it will include a 2,000 square foot resource center, which I will go into more detail on. That being said, I did want to provide council and the public with an overview of the site specifically. So the site is roughly around 20,000 square feet. This is located adjacent to the Ted Adcock Community Center. So the portion of the city owns the entire site. The structure that you're seeing within the box is 555 Kelly Avenue. And that is a single family home that the city purchased in 2017 and is included in the site for this potential development. The proposal itself would include 40 affordable units with a mix of 1-bedroom and studios. As mentioned before, the Farm Worker Resource Center would be staffed and managed by ALOS, and that is where ALOS's partnership comes into this proposal. The building itself is proposed as 4 stories. It would include parking with the potential of added supply via lifts, interior bike parking, as well as a resident community room and open space. The community room and open space, to clarify, would be separate from the Farm Worker Resource Center. And then a management office, which would be from Mercy Housing to manage the site. That being said, I also wanted to provide council with some background on San Mateo County's area median income and the, for lack of a better term, stressors that are associated with the earnings of local farm workers. So that being said, the one-person household, so for a single-person household, the average AMI is $116,200 $116,200 per year. Most rents, there are some above and well above in Half Moon Bay are somewhere around the range of $2,000 a month. And I definitely want to acknowledge that this slide is quite busy, and I can pull it back up later during discussion as well. Happy to do so with any of the slides in this evening's presentation. That being said, the market rents are typically out of reach for most farm workers. In most affordable housing programs, the rents are typically set at 30% of the gross household income for a certain income category, and that would be on the maximum. So I've included a table below. So there's a new income category that was added by the state for acutely low, which is 0 to 15% of the area median income, and then the existing extremely low, which would start now at 16 to 30% AMI. I've included the annual income for those ranges, and then a rough estimate of what the maximum, and this is calculated on the high end of each of those categories, so the 17,450 for acutely low, based on the 30% gross income, $436 a month would be equivalent to someone paying 30% of their income toward rent annually, and that's a monthly rent there, but based off of their annual income. That being said, I also wanted to highlight for council some questions that Mercy Housing proposed, and we'll go into some background here. The first question relates to timing of the land conveyance by the city. Staff does not believe we do believe we'd be able to meet the timing needs here, but we would continue to evaluate that as the project potentially moves forward. With the second question proposed by Mercy Housing related to density, height, and parking for the most part on the entitlement concessions. City with the zoning for the project in the local coastal land use plan does establish the site within the workforce housing overlay zoning, which provides the city with the ability to increase and make concessions, increase density and make concessions on aspects of what is allowed under that zoning district. So the affordable housing project would be possible in that regard. And then the last question relates to San Mateo County, and this is definitely a multi-layered project with as well as financing coming from different entities, including city contribution potentially. San Mateo County would be Mercy Housing would be taking the responsibility of inquiring with the county on potential rent subsidies for tenants. So it'd be an additional subsidy as well as the lower rent amounts. I'm happy to revisit that as well. Important project factors, and these are items staff welcomes feedback from council on the city resources that would be needed for this project success would be as I showed in the site map, would be the 555 Kelly Avenue single family home and the parking lot, which are both owned by the city currently. In the financing pro forma for the project, the city's affordable housing funds, which we roughly have about 2.16 million. The ask would be 2 million, which is very typical in affordable housing development for a city to also contribute funding, and the county typically looks for that funding as well. And I'll let Mercy Housing go into more detail on that as needed. The population, as mentioned, would be for farm worker with a focus on seniors, and we'd also welcome feedback on the development format, which is 4 stories, the ground floor associated support services, and parking configuration or amount of parking. The recommendation in front of you this evening is for essentially authorization for staff to begin an exclusive negotiations agreement. So this would be drafting of these documents listed in items 1 and 2. So this is not approval for these documents. That is not before the council this evening. Staff would return, given council's direction this evening, to create the exclusive negotiations agreement with between the city and Mercy Housing specifically, as well as a pre-development loan agreement between the city and Mercy Housing. And happy to go into that those recommendations in more detail and answer questions. This first stage of support from the city before you this evening provides Mercy Housing with the evidence to pursue additional funding sources, including the county, San Mateo County, excuse me, and indicates, and it's an indication for Mercy Housing to begin preparations on community outreach plan with the loss as well. So I will be available for questions from council, and I will hand things over to the Mercy Housing and ALOS team.
Thank you. This is Tim Dunn from Mercy Housing. So first, just want to thank the council for allowing us here tonight. And also thank the staff, Mike and Jill, who led this RFQ process. And we're just really excited for this opportunity. Just to introduce myself, I'm sorry. My name is Tim Dunn. I'm an Associate Director of Real Estate Development at Mercy Housing's Bay Area, San Francisco office. I'm joined by Christine Anderson, who is a project manager with Mercy Housing. Belinda Arriaga is also going to speak from ALAS. Next slide, please. So just as a quick introduction about Mercy Housing, Mercy is the largest nonprofit owner of affordable housing in the U.S. With over 23,000 apartments, and all of our developments are for low income and very low income families, seniors, formerly homeless, et and we have a real strong emphasis on providing supportive services for our residents to sort of ensure their sort of long-term stability. Mercy Housing is also really proud of work that it does in collaboration with partner organizations. So although we're sort of a national organization, which is able to sort of bring with it the sort of the resources of a national organization, we really pride ourselves with working with more local grassroots organizations. So we're not new to Half Moon Bay. We developed 925 Main Street Coastside Senior Housing, which you see here. That was a partnership that Mercy did with the Leslie Foundation, Coastside Adult Day Health Center, and Senior Coastsiders. And the leaders of those partner organizations really had the vision for that development, but we were able to bring our resources to sort of help realize that vision. So we sort of see this development on Kelly Street as sort of following in a very similar model. And just lastly, so we developed the Coastside Senior Housing. We're here in Half Moon Bay. We also have 5 other communities in San Mateo County, Pacifica, and Daly City in particular. So I'd like to introduce Belinda Arriaga. She'll talk a little about ALAS as well as the sort of the vision for this development.
Thank you so much, Tim, and thank you, City Council, Mayor, to all of you. We're just really excited to be here today to present this dream that we have been working on together with Mercy and a team from ALAS. And I know that you have been listening to the community needs and hearing the call for housing on the coast side. One of the groups that we wanted to start highlighting, especially during the pandemic, has been our coastside farm workers who have a rich legacy here on the coastside, and who also has been a group that has suffered some of the most disparities and inequities alongside the hard work for all of us on the coastside. They have put food on our table and given us their all during a time when we've depended on them historically. And so Ayudando Latinos a Soñar is a nonprofit here on the coast side that is focusing primarily on working with the Latino community. We're focused on the arts, social services, farm workers, mental health, education, and we're really committed to providing wraparound services for the whole, community in the way that we are advocating for creating the community we want to live in, to dream forward, and to build equity. And so we really feel that supporting this development, a huge thanks to Mercy Housing as a partner, really brings Alas and Mercy front and center to do this much needed work to build farm worker housing and support the infrastructure for long-term, farm workers here on the coast side. So I want to tell you a little bit about the need. We serve over 1,000 farm workers on the coast side. A lot of the farm workers that we have seen have had, as I shared, a rich history of working in the fields here, working since they were young, and now have a more aging community, which we're really, concerned about making sure that they're getting the resources and the services that they need. But also, just in general, many of our farm workers earn below the poverty line, so they earn below the federal poverty line, and what we see is a daily struggle to provide habitable, equitable housing that is really humane and embraces and elevates all the work that they do. We also see that the broadband connectivity for farm workers on the coast to be able to access social services, telehealth, those are big issues that we see with farm workers. And also, as we have shared many times here, with all of you, the food insecurity that we're seeing, especially with the high cost of groceries right now with gas. And so really thinking about the food insecurity is another area that we're focusing on. And so really thinking about how do we create this farm worker center that elevates, not just provides a service, but really elevates our farm workers and honors them for who they are by having housing, by having programming, by having this center that sits in the heart of Half Moon Bay that says, we see you, we believe in you, we're here for you, y estamos aquí presente. So when we think about what does our Farm Worker Resource Center look like, which will be on the ground floor, we're really dreaming about bringing in our farm worker team on site, which includes case managers, a mental health clinician, a site supervisor. We'll be doing our work that we've been so successful at over the last couple of years with our farm worker program of case management, advocacy, social services referrals, bringing in partners, bringing in programs, bringing in education, working with San Mateo College, Cañada College, University of San Francisco, Notre Dame, to say that we have resources and partners really around here ready to come in. And, we're working with Silicon Valley Latino they just won a documentary based on our stories of the farm workers here on the coastline that they told and across other areas of California. But our farm workers have really captured the heart of the community and others in the way that they've been able to share their stories. And so we want to continue to listen to them and create space for programs, which includes English classes, art classes, immigration support, legal support, mental health support. And we also are looking at creating a community kitchen so that we can have community dinners, nutrition classes, food services. And one of the things we've been so proud of during COVID and beyond is the outreach from our greater community and from the Bay Area of people that have said, hey, we want to be there for our farm workers. We want to sit and break bread with them. We want to bring resources. And we see this community kitchen as coming together, not just as alas, but as a whole COSI to be able to sit together with our farm workers to say, hey, we stand with you. And finally, we're really excited to have high-speed broadband, because one of the things we saw when COVID hit and in general is that we need our farm workers to be able to have access, and not just the farm workers, but their families as well, to have access to services that's equitable for technology. We're in the backyard of Silicon Valley. Everyone should have access to strong technology, to strong ability to have education and to connect with the world beyond the coast side. And so that's part of our dream for this Farm Worker Resource Center, where everybody can be a part of celebrating our farm workers.
Excuse me. To sort of wrap things up, we wanted to just show you very quickly what, one potential vision of this development could look like. We see this, tonight you're approving the exclusive negotiations agreement, and which is really just the beginning, and we'll look forward to sort of robust community outreach to sort of really define what this building ultimately looks like. But this is what we included in the RFP response to sort of show, how we could develop a feasible project here to serve the senior farm workers. So as described before, we're looking at about 2,000 square feet of space for the ALAS Resource Center on the ground floor, as well as parking on the ground floor, and then 40 studios and 1-bedroom apartments and sort of offices for the property management on the upper 3 floors. So yes, we really look forward to beginning this process, and thank you very much for having this opportunity, and we're happy to answer questions.
So does that conclude the presentation by the various stakeholder groups? Great, thank you. So now is a good time to ask questions of our new housing coordinator, which I'm thrilled to welcome this evening, for ALAS or Mercy Housing. Just to note that this isn't approving any agreements this evening, but it's to direct the negotiation of agreements and to set up for performance standards for any agreement that might go forward. So questions?
Will there be public forum on this issue?
We'll take public comment, yes. You want to wait? Would you prefer to wait for public comment?
This is just for clarifying questions, then public comment, and then we'll have our discussion, right? Yeah, okay.
So no clarifying questions. I have a couple. At what point would land and money from the city be conveyed?
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer that question. So that would be a little bit further along in the process. So we would ideally, city would execute the ENA and a potential pre-development loan. So the funding component would be attached to the ENA, and it would outline the steps that the city would take prior to construction. And I'll allow Tim to jump in as well to correct me if I'm wrong. But prior to construction, we would need to formalize the conveyance, and I believe that's something City Council could authorize staff to pursue.
I guess what I'm also asking is, Like, do you have an agreement with the county for your rent subsidies first? Is that part of how it would proceed before conveying land and money? And it seems to me the rent subsidies are kind of critical here, so I'm just trying to understand how that works out in sequence.
This is Tim. So I think we would initiate we do the negotiations with the city first, but then prior to the conveyance and the start of construction, we would have to have a firm commitment by the county.
How long do we expect this process to take? How long would it take to conclude the pre-construction work, and then how long do you expect, the delivery of the housing to take? Like, are we looking at 2 years or 4 years, or just trying to understand timing here?
So I'll take a stab at this. I think the sort of critical path is really going to be defined by the rezoning process. So that's the first step, and that is harder for me to predict exactly how long that will take. Once the rezoning has happened, then we're working on our financing applications and our sort of building permits, and so from that point it's a little more predictable. Probably about 2 years, 1.5, 2 years from the point at which the property is entitled.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, you're muted.
Yes, I have 2 questions. The first is, will the housing residents be restricted to Half Moon Bay farm workers, coastside farm workers, county farm workers? What will the restrictions be? And the second question is, what percentage of our farm workers are seniors and no longer working are we talking about of the total farm worker population that might be eligible for renting here?
Thank you.
I can take that question. So our goal is to have this open to coastside farm workers, Half Moon Bay, and on through the whole coastside area as priority. And all of our senior farm workers are working. So we're talking about working farm workers. But I do want to make clear that this housing will be open to all farm workers. So it's not limited to senior farmers. It's all farm workers. And there is also a caveat of some of the units will be eligible for 3 per unit, which means that, there will also be an opportunity for, 3 folks to live, could be a small family. So we are talking about all farm workers, but yes, Half Moon Bay, coastside and up.
You said a priority. Does that mean priority or restricted to, when you're talking about where the population comes from?
Well, I would say restricted because we have a big need right here. And, we haven't gone into extensive detail, but so I will let Tim, add to that. But our vision is to really meet the need of the community here that has been very verbal about the need for housing, especially our farm workers here on the Half Moon Bay coastside.
Yes, I understand that, but I'm bringing the point up because of the senior housing that we currently have in Half Moon Bay, which is, I think at 60% of the residents are allowed to be not from Half Moon Bay. Only 40% are prioritized for Half Moon Bay residents. And I want to know if we're talking about, when we're talking about county funding, if we're talking about something similar.
Yeah, I mean, so we would be, we will be applying for state funding, and the state sometimes has has requirements about fair housing rules. So we would definitely be focusing on prioritizing the Half Moon Bay community as much as the state funding will allow, which I think there's the restrictions which you're referring to, and then as you said, there's also the sort of how we market the property. And so, I mean, our goal is to really have us lead the sort of marketing so that they can really focus on getting the farm workers that they work with to help them with applications and really focus the marketing towards that population.
I'd like to just jump in. Is there any legal issue about limiting to a specific area? I don't know if there's any federal law that might be in play here.
There can be, and what it typically relates to is it's the sort of historic scenario that the law is based on is sort of for instance, a sort of a wealthy white community that says we'll have affordable housing in our community, but it has to be people from our community that live here, right? So it sort of creates a sort of a discriminatory practice. So that's the sort of the context that fair housing has sort of focused on preventing that type of discrimination. So to the extent that we can demonstrate that the marketing, that the restrictions that we are creating are not having that discriminatory impact, then we can be much more successful at getting those type of restrictions. But it's often in sort of a negotiation with the state.
And I'll just jump in to say my city attorney perspective is actually the same. Tim and I did not discuss that question in advance, and I'm meeting Tim for the first time tonight. But that is also my understanding of the law as he described it.
Through the mayor, just wanted to make a couple notes from a staff perspective on this. We have heard your preferences many times about serving the local community, and to that end, your city attorney's office has done research about preferences, and we will be mindful about that as we move forward should you approve this item tonight for negotiations. It is important to note, though, that the target population, the intended residents for this proposed housing, can be restricted to farm worker households. That is an okay preference to make, and we can all understand the context for where farm workers live and work in San Mateo County, and most of them are coastside.
Okay. Yeah, I think what Tim spoke about, some of the, whether or not you have to open up housing beyond the immediate community, some of that's dependent on the source, where these sources of funding comes. And there's discretion on the part of the nonprofit developers, such as Mercy. They make decisions about where those, this pocket of money here coming from these sources. So there's kind of an art to it. And he also brought up a really good point that, it's also an issue of marketing. So if Hollis is responsible for a lot of the administration, we'll probably try to market to locals. And when there's vacancies available, it becomes almost a fait accompli because locals tell locals, hey, there's a vacancy. So, as you move along in the process, and you can indeed restrict to a lot of different ways. I think as we move along in this process, I'll be very, there'll be questions about, what the original intent is and which population. Are we sticking with seniors? What's the need there versus bringing in families? I mean, there's a lot of questions I would probably have along that process. in terms of, what's the greatest need and, what makes the most sense. But yeah, that's it for my clarifying questions.
Thank you, Robert. And thank you for the thoughtful responses from Mercy and staff. Anybody else? Okay, why don't we move on to take public comment? How many raised hands do we have at this point, Jessica? Maybe we should wait a minute and let people.
Yes, we have 5 at the moment. If there's anyone else who would like to address this item, please raise your hand. We are up to 9.
I would recommend that over 10, that we reduce it to a reasonable number, 2, unless it's Spanish speakers, and then maybe bringing that down to 4 or something like that, just to keep things moving along.
Yeah, we do have 9 hands right now, so up to you if we want to just go with 2.
Okay, yeah, but if we get more than that, then I think we ought to look at restricting time a little bit. Okay, let us begin.
Mayor, we'll just want to be consistent. So we would want to decide at this point whether we should do 2 or 3. We have 10 hands right now.
I would say, so we couldn't do 3 now, and if it looks like a lot of other people join up, that we can reduce it to 2?
No, we would need to provide all speakers on this item with the same amount of time. We have 11.
No, up to 11.
I would go for 2.
Okay.
And if they're Spanish speaking, we'll give them 4.
Correct. Our first speaker is Julia.
Hi, I'm currently reading a book called The Privatization of Everything, and I'm learning about the process. So I'm concerned about, we had only one bid, so it was not really competitive. I'd like to know a lot more about what are other options there are. If there's just I fully support ALIS, but I don't know anything about this Mercy Housing. And I was also wondering about sustainability measures like we talked about this morning, like gray water and being off the grid or solar panels. If any of those things have been talked about in the building of the housing, like is the architect already decided if we went with Mercy Housing, or would there be options for architects and designs, green concrete, green walls, all that sort of thing? That's all.
Thank you, Julia.
So Julia, and other people waiting to speak, staff will sort of collect your comments and then we'll respond at the end. So we won't be responding to each of you as you address the council, all right? Okay, next.
Next speaker is Bill Balson.
Hi, my name is Bill Balson. So the heartfelt design, the care and dedication of the people in need is very self-evident in this proposal. It really struck home to me in reading through it in detail. I appreciate the work you put into it, but the problem is bigger. There's a crisis in California. There's a crisis in Half Moon Bay, and it's fostered quite candidly by this city council. Today, we heard eloquent testimony of the need for housing, but it's not just farm workers, it's teachers, it's fire workers, it's other essential workers, and others as well. But let's look at the concessions the city is being asked of. We want to increase the height to 4 stories, but the rest of Half Moon Bay is limited to 3 stories by ordinance. They want to eliminate parking in the community center, and then they want to only provide 14 spaces for 40 units. Frankly, those are probably needed to make the building economic. The city is also subsidizing via long-term lease the property, the community center parking, plus the loss of tax revenue. And it goes on, the subsidies that are being requested. The city's stringent regulation of development in the downtown area makes most projects for mixed retail and affordable housing uneconomic. The Alas proposal makes it clear that relaxing those regulations is needed to make those projects economic and get that housing. The City Council charts a dangerous course when it suppresses by regulation development of needed housing, but then selectively relaxes the regulations for itself as a favored developer.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Patty Ramirez.
Hola, buenas noches, ¿me escucha?
Buenas noches, Pati, ¿cómo le va?
Muy bien, gracias.
Qué bien, Víctor Hernández, soy el traductor al español. Para que todo el mundo pueda escuchar todo lo que usted tenga que decir, vamos a mantener los trozos que usted tenga que decir un poco manejables y de esa manera, como una vez más, pueden todo el mundo escuchar lo que tenga que decir, ¿de acuerdo?
De acuerdo.
Muchas gracias. Adelante, por favor.
Primeramente, quiero agradecer a los miembros del Consejo.
So first of all, I want to thank you all, the council members.
Yo viví en la 55 Kelly Avenue por más de 7 años. Cuando pasaba y veía esa casa vacía, por un lado sí me molestaba ver que hay personas que tenían dificultades.
So I lived at 555 Kelly Avenue for over 7 years. And one thing that I do have to say is every time that I walk by and I would see that house empty, it would bother me. Adelante, señor.
Y hoy que escucho esta propuesta, me emociona saber que la ciudad escucha, presta atención y resuelve las situaciones de su comunidad.
Gracias. So, and today, and listening to this proposal, I get excited because the city is listening and is looking to resolve this issue.
Pues solamente me queda también recordarles que la comunidad, no nada más latina, la comunidad en general está en una urgente, pero urgente demostración de apoyo a viviendas asequibles y espero que ellos tomen alguna otra resolución a este problema.
Gracias. So all I have to say is I just want to remind you, the community, not just Latinos, but all, that there is an urgent support for low-income housing and to find solutions to this problem.
Agradezco mucho la traducción y sobre todo que los concejales presten atención a mi voz, a mis palabras y siempre estén atentos a lo que la comunidad está pidiendo.
Gracias. So thank you for the interpretation, the language interpretation, and for every council member listening to my voice, to my words, and we need to listen to the community for what we're asking for.
Y por último, les invito que no vamos a parar en nuestra lucha por viviendas justas, que lo estaremos haciendo cada cuarto viernes del mes a las 6 de la tarde. Es una manifestación para que los precios no sean tan exagerados en el costo de vivienda.
Gracias. So lastly, I want to invite you to all come and participate in the fight for just Housing every fourth Friday of the month at 6 p.m. So that we can really see that the prices wouldn't be so high, because they really are.
Pasado mes me llené un poco de tristeza de ver cómo algunas de las personas viven y saber que estoy viviendo en el condado más rico del estado de California y que hay personas extremadamente pobres que no tienen acceso a una vivienda digna.
Gracias. So a month ago, I was really sad to see how people are living in this situation, knowing that we live in the richest county in California. There are people that are very poor, and they deserve dignified housing.
Thank you, Victor and Patty. Dora? Dora, could you unmute, please?
Dora, si me escucha, ¿puede desilenciar su micrófono?
We will go to Rocio.
Buenas noches de nuevo.
Hola, señor, ¿qué tal? Víctor Hernández, una vez más. ¿Cómo le va?
Bien, gracias.
Lo mismito, hay que mantener los trozos manejables para que todo el mundo pueda escuchar lo que tenga que decir, ¿sí?
Sí, ya sé.
Bueno,
Gracias.
adelante, por favor.
Solo quiero hacer un comentario. En una junta pasada, no sé cuál junta fue, que dijeron que necesitaban personas que ayudaran para el proyecto de viviendas justas.
Okay, so I just want to make a comment. It was in one of these past meetings. I can't remember which one it was that you guys said you needed people to help out with the low-income housing.
Ahora que están Mercy Housing, Alas y más personas que quieren apoyar este proyecto, no los deje, las personas que quieren detener este proyecto no lo permitan, porque realmente es una gran necesidad que necesitamos.
Okay. So now that Mercy Housing, Alas, and others are willing to help out, I would want to inform you, for those people who want to not make this happen or stop this, please don't allow that, because there's a huge need for this.
La ciudad y el condado tienen que estar unidos para que se puedan construir estas casas, porque lamentablemente es una emergencia y las necesitamos. Así que apóyenos, por favor, personas del consejo y otras personas que tienen más alto rango. Ayúdenos y no nos dejen caer nuestros proyectos, que son muy necesarios.
So the city and the county need to be united. So in order to continue to build this housing, because it really is an emergency and we need it. So please support us, council members and higher ups. Please do what you can in order to help us out.
Okay, gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alejandro Ontiveros.
Yes, hi. Good evening. My name is Alex Ontiveros, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue. It's an incredibly important issue for our community. I'll tell you just briefly about myself. I'm a longstanding community advocate for close to 25 years in the Bay Area. Small business owner. I'm also a producer and filmmaker. And recently, as Belinda had indicated, our documentary, Campesinos, which translates to farm workers, Campesinos, America's Unsung Heroes, has been circulating through the film festivals in the US, and it has been received in an extraordinarily manner, and it's been winning several awards throughout. It's something that we are very proud to have produced. We went into this project with the approach of presenting a documentary that would pay tribute to these unsung heroes. COVID and the pandemic put a spotlight on these farm workers. And we are very proud to have participated in an activity that's telling their story. You know, I listened to the comment of the gentleman earlier who was bringing up that there are other folks that also deserve housing. Yes, that's true. But what my point with this is that these folks have been deserving of this type of housing for generations, okay? And I think this is something that needs to be noted. And I'm here to support ALAS inexhaustibly and enthusiastically with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Lily Ray.
Yeah. Hi, everyone, and thank you. Thank you for the 2 minutes. I am an advocate of ALAS. I've been on the board for a number of years now, and I am very excited about this possibility. And I know that Half Moon Bay is very excited, generally speaking, to have housing. And I would ask that you not be, you meaning the council, not fall victim to your own restrictions. Sure, this is not enough. There are many groups that are deserving, but this is a start. This is a beginning. This just sends a huge message for over 1,000 farm workers who are been working tirelessly for decades upon decades. I mean, their annual income is $20,000 a year. That is poverty in San Mateo County is 100,000, and this group of people have been tirelessly working. They worked, and then they were hit by the pandemic. So they were already a very marginalized group, yet they put food on our tables. And so I just urge you to get it started. Make it happen. Let this be the beginning. And affordable housing is a problem all over the state, and we can all stop. And there's so many reasons to not do it, but the reasons to do it are way, way greater. So I just urge you to move ahead with this and let us keep looking and planning and make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lily. RJ Jennings.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and City Council. Good to see everybody. One, I want to say that I'm saddened that Councilman Jimenez is not a part of our conversation, because I'm not sure that we would be this deep in the conversation had we not elected him to be on the board. So I just really appreciate his efforts, and I know he's listening somewhere. So number two, you know, I listened to Mr. Balson as he prepares his platform to run, and we're looking for council people who can actually step up and find an exception to the rules, because the rules have not supported essential services that are being provided by our Latino community. and we need to be able to really swim against the status quo. So we're looking for people who can step outside of those boundaries. So I think it's important. And like the last caller said, this isn't the panacea, but this is a start. So let's find a way to make this happen. We have the resources. Let's do this. And lastly, I just appreciate Dr. Arriaga and Alas and what the community is doing and waking us up as a community of what's needed. And so just really want to support that. And what I thought was really beautifully said by Dr. Arriaga is that there's an energy that's created when we're housed, when you have a home, and I think we take this for granted because we live in our home, all the time, so we don't see it or feel it. But when you're housed and homed, it creates an energy that you bring to the world, that you bring and share. And I just feel like we have an opportunity to continue to elevate our community to being much better than just the status quo. So I just want to, just use this moment to say, one, thank you for this conversation. I know there's a lot of details I really want to understand, and I have a lot of questions, but thank you for being this deep in it at this time, and let's move it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, RJ. Karina Leibowitz.
I'm just calling in to support this project. I think we all understand, and there's been a growing understanding, maybe over the last few years, of the really dire housing crisis we face. And I'm really heartened to see this work being done by our city council and this proposal. I'm really excited to see it move forward and to see what you do with it. I agree, it's a much bigger problem than just our farm workers, but one step in the right direction is an enormous thing for us to be doing. It's not where we should stop, but it's definitely where we should start. So thank you for considering it. And I look forward to seeing where it goes next. Thank you.
Thanks, Karina. And John Olin.
Thank you, City Council, for taking this. Thank you, City Council, for taking this step. This does look like a really good move. For those out here who don't know it, this project started long before Councilmember Jimenez. Many on this City Council took a lot of flack for the way that building was purchased, from me truly also. So it's good to see now that they are moving forward and just doing something that might be useful. I would like to also kind of step up for, I believe his name is Mr. Balson. Well, I'm probably not a fellow traveler of his politics. He nailed the problem. He wasn't speaking in opposition to what you were all talking about. What he was pointing out is that the very policies that this council, and frankly, every single city council across the fruited plain has put in place to stop affordable housing from being built in their neighborhoods. That is the reason we have housing shortage. It is not because of a lack of funding. It is not because of a lack of people willing to build the houses. The reason we do not have enough houses in California, or frankly, much of the country, is we as a people have stopped the houses from being built. And that's the truth. So that's where you really need to look. Mr. Balson has pointed out very obviously, the solution is to go vertical. We need to build higher. None of us like it. No one wants to see it. But it's a fact of life, and people need places to live. And you can go down the highways, and you can go down Caltrain, and you can go into neighborhoods and see that there are working people living on the street. These are people who have jobs. These are people who were making it and now can't live in a home because it's too expensive. And it's our fault. Thank you.
Hey, John. I have no other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, well, let's bring it back to the council for additional questions or comments.
I did just get one more hand. Oh. You want to take it in?
This will be the last one.
Okay. Ed Vargas.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayors, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ed Vargas, head of the Latinx and Employee Resource Group practice at CTR Factor, a DE&I consulting firm. I'm representing the We're All Human Foundation and Hispanic Bay Area Hub. Formerly worked for AT&T for 20 years, active in 5 employee resource groups with corporate collaborations with nonprofits to deliver positive impacts to local communities around the country. I began working with Alice during COVID in 2020, where we facilitated a delivery donation from Procter & Gamble of household and personal care products, split between Alice for the farm workers in the coast side and Celebration Nation helping the farm workers in Salinas Valley. We've since helped with 4 of those truckloads, retail value total about $2 million. I've partnered with Alice, leading discussions around the challenges that they are facing, talked with Supervisor Horsley and the Sobrato Family Foundation about pre-development funding that would work for this particular project. A couple of facts. The San Mateo 2020 and the 2019 Agricultural Crop Report, the total estimated gross value in 2019 was $130 million. In 2020, it dropped 28% to $93 million. Another quote from Corin Waddell, who's the agricultural commissioner. One thing that's become abundantly clear is that a stable food supply and the employees that support it are critical to our national security. Farm workers were working in that red sky in 2020 without protection, without housing, without benefits. Another report came out for the San Mateo County agricultural workforce housing. There's a tremendous gap in housing. This is an opportunity to turn that around. And my focus is this is one step. We'd love to see this develop, and I'd love to take it to groups, not only in the Bay Area, but across the country. They could use this as a model and build additional locations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Okay. So, additional questions from council members. Robert. Robert, you're muted.
Sorry. Is this time for our own conversation or still asking questions? You said questions. I am.
Either.
Oh, okay. You know, there's, in terms of educating some of the public here and also just my own preferences, I am so delighted to see Tim Dunn here from Mercy Housing. And I know Alice was very helpful in having Mercy joining this project. And there's a few things that I would certainly take issue with Mr. Balsam. You know, there's different models for funding affordable housing. Some of our best affordable and low-income housing has been built by nonprofits like Mercy and Mid-Penn Housing. So we have Leslie Gardens, we have Main Street Housing, Moonridge, and it's very high quality housing. It's definitely lasted the test of time. The housing is administered very well. So when you have a nonprofit like Mercy or Mid-Penn Housing, then all the units are affordable. In this case, all the units can be low income. The other model is to have a developer come in, a private developer. And a private developer will, you know, usually they need to make a big profit. That's the difference between a profit and a nonprofit. So a private developer will build many market rate units and then maybe provide 10% of those units for low income, maybe sometimes up to 15 or 20, but they're usually going to want to build, if it's density housing, hundreds of units. So, you know, that's the real difference between that model and a nonprofit model. So, and also when Mr. Balsam talked about hey, what about workforce housing? Well, that just seemed like an ironic comment since everyone we've learned here will be workers. They're farm workers. This is workforce housing. These are people working, in farms. There might be our other affordable housing might not be limited to farm workers, but they're folks who work in our restaurants and our stores doing a lot of labor. And you mentioned, what about teachers? Well, those can be other sorts of projects, working with the school district who can provide land, and we've been looking into those type of projects. So it's not like one housing community eliminates another. There's a huge shortage. No matter how much we get to build, it's not going to be enough, and it's a drop in the bucket. But to have two incredible organizations like both Mercy Housing, which knows how to handle all the details, knows how to get the funding from other nonprofits involved. So, we end up with terrific planning, no unexpected surprises later on in the process. And again, you can see that throughout our community. We have some of the best affordable housing communities anywhere in California, if not the country. Now you combine that with having ALAS involved in terms of providing resources, for the people who are living in this housing. It's really an act of great humanity. That folks, I don't know if any of you have ever worked in a farm working environment on a farm, hour after hour, in the hot sun with pesticides. And I've done a little of that without this as well. I don't know if there were a lot of pesticides in my youth when I had a lot of energy. So imagine folks who've been doing this for decades, they're seniors, and it's a measure of the health and compassion of a community like ours to provide this kind of security and housing for folks who've provided so much for so long to the community. So thank you, Alice. Thank you, Tim and Mercy Housing, for helping us produce this amazing project. Thank you.
Harvey?
When we bought 555 Kelly 5 years ago, we took a lot of heat. We didn't know what we were going to do with it. I didn't know what we were going to do with it. When I hear what we finally came up with this proposal from Mercy Housing and Alice, I am thrilled. The coast side has a long tradition of agriculture. We really need to support it. Now, I hear all these other arguments about other needs for affordable housing, and that's absolutely true. But I think this proposal that will build farm worker housing for senior farm workers, that all the units will be affordable. I mean, in the right sense of the word affordable. It's just mind blowing. I'm totally thrilled by this proposal. I'm 100% in support of it. And I really think that we should go ahead and do what needs to be done for our farm worker community. So thanks Mercy Housing, thanks Alice, thank our staff for getting this done. It's just the beginning, and it's going to be expensive, and it's going to take a while, but it's really going to be worth it. So thank you all.
Thank you, Harvey. Vice Mayor?
Deborah, you're on mute. You've been on mute.
I'm sorry. I wanted to echo everything that Councilmember Brownstone and Rarbach said. I am in total agreement with all of their thinking. I also would like to hear a little bit from Jill Akes about how our council, working with our planning department, community development department, have enabled the development of this project. Prior to our land use plan and our zoning changes that we've made, it would not have been possible. And so Jill, largely Jill and her staff are responsible for the ability for Mercy to come in and Belinda's group to come in and make this wonderful thing happen. So thank you, Jill. Thank you, the planning department. Thank you, Bob Nisbet. Thank you, everyone on staff, as well as Mercy and Alas.
I'd like to pile on that with a question for Jill, actually. I would like to address a couple of the comments made by the public. Mr. Balson, made a statement that, the city is relaxing requirements for its own property while, over-regulating private folks. My take on that is that some changes have been made already, but as we implement the new LCP, we're actually going to be relaxing a lot of restrictions, for instance, on parking. So it's not like a one-time deal. We're actually looking at encouraging the development of housing downtown, a lot more housing downtown. And part of that is making it easier to do so. So this is not really, my take is this is not a one-off. It's just part of what the council set as policy to encourage, to the extent we can, the development of housing downtown of all kinds. Am I right about that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Reddick. I'm happy to speak to that a little bit. Council adopted quite important zoning amendments a couple years ago that have already borne some fruit for mixed-use development downtown. You have a project currently under construction at Purisima and Mill Street, and it includes 5 units. You also have a project coming forward at Main and Kelly. Both of those projects benefited from parking that is really right-sized for allowing for mixed-use parking or development so they can share parking. That concept being tested and tried out in these projects can be expanded now, has been acknowledged through policy in the land use plan update. I do also want to just note about heights, because we understand that height is very important to everyone. Yes, there's generally a 3-story height limit, although up to 4 floors is acknowledged in the land use plan, and concessions are allowed through density bonus law. And any developer could potentially qualify for such concessions, including the private developers. They just aren't. They aren't going for it. This proposal, if we had a 3-story height limit, would easily qualify for a concession with respect to height and a 4th floor. And none of this is out of the realm of what was anticipated in the local coastal land use plan. We do need to provide the implementation zoning that the local coastal land use plan set up for this property and make sure that we have enough build out allowed for it. These are things that we're going to follow our housing element, which Mike and I are scurrying about to try to catch up. And this is part of the work plan that you approved for our department, which includes implementation zoning for both the housing element and the local coastal land use plan. And then I have one more thing I just really want to make sure is out in the room, because I think it's important. and it came through your land use plan. Affordable housing was absolutely kind of stated in a new way in the land use plan as being a local priority use for this city. And that qualifies affordable housing for those affordable housing water connections. But moreover, and this is confirmed by the Coastal Commission in their certification of your land use plan, farm worker housing is also a Coastal Act priority land use. So it's at the top tier with other Coastal Act priority uses. It's not just affordable housing, it's affordable housing for a very, very special reason. So when I said we were heartened, we are, and this is what we had hoped the local coastal land use plan would bring to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And one other question that came up, was it was by Julia, I believe, about, maybe it wasn't Julia, about sort of the sole source question, the exclusive agreement. We didn't get any other bids, for the proposal. Is that kosher? I believe it is, but if you could explain to Julia and the public, that would be.
I'll go ahead and give that a try, and then if you need more information from our consultant Janet Stone or Mike, they can come in after me. But Janet and I worked on the RFQ. Janet was the primary author. I circulated it, and she and I fielded the questions from the affordable housing developers. The RFQ was widely distributed, and I received numerous communications from other affordable housing nonprofits who expressed the following. We're so excited that Happy is doing this. This isn't the right site for us. We hope you find someone who can make it work. Please keep us at the top of your list. We want to come and work with you. This site is challenging, and if you're able to find someone great like Mercy and this partnership, we were specifically looking for a team that would support our community in the unique way that you're seeing here. They were all giving their blessing, basically. So I do want to share with you that it was looked at very seriously by many.
Madam Mayor, and I will just add to that a reminder to the council that when the city surpluses land by law, we have to provide it for possible affordable housing before the city would to consider it using it for something else. So not only did we try and there was a competitive process, but even if the city was considering using it for something else, and Mercy and Alas approached us with this proposal, we would be having this conversation with them as the sole provider of a proposal, because the law says we have to do that anyway. So it goes beyond just the fact that we don't have to have multiple proposals. This is what the law requires if we're surplusing land under any circumstances.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. So I will say that I'm going to support this evening. There's no question that there's a need, right? And Jill just went through the issue of, Coastal Act priority, so it's justified. There's very few ways we can get affordable housing built without tinkering a little bit and making it easier to do, because right now it's very, very expensive to build affordable housing, as we found in the last couple of years as we've been looking at this, right? So you have to take some drastic steps to meet a need, and I support that. We have the best possible partners to make this happen. We have Alas, we have Mercy Housing, who's among the best in the country doing this work. We have housing consultants and now a dedicated housing person on our staff who comes with a lot of expertise. We have a county that we know is very interested in building affordable housing and building farm worker housing, right? The time is now, the need is there, and we have great partners, and we have some resources to contribute. So I don't see why we wouldn't do that. So I'm in favor of it. And, you know, I'm sure our staff will look out for the city's and the public's interest, and see our housing partners, you know, will work their angle. I have no doubt they will give it their all. So I think it's time. And so we have a staff recommendation here. Maybe you could put that up on the screen again, then we could have a motion to proceed.
Yeah, I can make the motion. I got it here. I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing staff to prepare the following subject for future city council approval. 1, exclusive negotiation agreement between the city and Mercy Housing in order to enable pre-development activities to be undertaken for an affordable housing project on a city-owned site at 555 Kelly Avenue, and to provide for a period of time in which to negotiate a development agreement between the parties. And 2, pre-development loan agreement between the city and Mercy Housing in order to provide potential funding for pre-development activities during the period leading up to the start of construction.
I heartily second.
Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Rarback,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Absolutely.
Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thanks to everybody who worked very hard to get this far and this fast. So fingers crossed moving forward. But it's a good move. Thank you. I'd like to suggest, since it's 10 of 10, that we take another 5-minute break before proceeding to the next item. Okay? So I will see you at 9:55. Sales tax measure for the November 8th, 2022 general municipal election.
Thank you, Mayor. I will try to be brief, but context is important with this item, so please bear with me for a moment. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. The item before you now is a presentation of polling results and consideration of a potential vacant homes tax and/or sales tax measure for the November 8th general municipal election. In June, the City Council held its annual budget hearings to consider and adopt the fiscal year 22-23 budget, which included funding for general city operations, capital projects, and the council's annual priorities. While the city's financial position is strong, staff is looking toward the future and exploring a variety of additional revenue streams to continue to provide a high level of service and address priority projects and community concerns. To that end, we contracted with 2 consulting firms, FM3 Research and SCI Consulting, to assist in evaluation of potential tax enhancements, including surveys to evaluate the community's concerns, priorities, and willingness to fund enhanced or additional city services. Staff's primary focus was a vacant homes tax, consistent with council's previous direction. Such a tax would establish an annual parcel tax on those homes that are vacant for a majority of the year, often referred to as second or vacation homes. The idea is that the tax would either discourage buyers from purchasing or owning second homes, making those homes available for renters who live here full time. Alternatively, revenue from the tax could be used to fund housing projects and assistance programs for the city's local workforce or those in need of assistance due to lack of housing availability and affordability. The polling survey defined a vacant home as one that is occupied less than 120 days per year, which is roughly 4 months. And that's also in line with other jurisdictions that have established or are considering a vacant homes tax. The proposed tax rate was set at $6,000 per year for single-family homes and $3,000 annually for condominiums. We did include some exemptions and considered exemptions, such as low-income seniors, low-income families, mobile homes, and then also parameters for owners who may have inherited the property recently and some other considerations. The proposed tax would be a parcel tax with proceeds dedicated to a specific purpose, and as such would require a 2/3 vote for passage. Since we had a firm that would be conducting data research for the vacant homes tax, we opted to also collect data on a potential half-cent sales tax increase. Any proposed sales tax measure would be a general tax that would generate revenue for the general fund. We could then decide to use those revenues to mitigate traffic and transportation concerns and provide additional funding for capital projects based on feedback that we've received from the community from prior surveys. A general sales tax would require majority approval for passage at a regularly scheduled municipal election. Both measures would generate roughly $1.5 million annually if approved by voters. Tonight we have Kurt Below from FM3 and Chris Coulter from SEI Consulting. And Kurt will present the polling results and survey data, and Chris is available for any technical questions. Following the presentation of data, staff is looking for direction from the City Council as to whether to move forward with or table the potential measures. If the City Council opted to move forward with placing either measure on the November 8th ballot, we would return with a resolution at the August 3rd special meeting. Resolutions to place general taxes on the ballot do require a 2/3 vote of the City Council. Thank you. And at this point, I will turn it over to Kurt for the polling results, unless there are any questions so far. Okay, Kurt, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. I am going to share my screen here. And hopefully that is, maybe can you give me a thumbs up, Jessica? Can you see that first slide?
Yes, thank you.
All right, great. Well, thank you for the introduction, Jessica. My name is Kurt Balo. I'm a partner at FM3 Research up here in Oakland. That wasn't quite Half Moon Bay, but I did get engaged in Princeton by the Sea a number of years ago. So I know the area pretty well. Happy to present the results tonight to the council and the public and members of the community who are watching or the presentation here. I will get to it since the hour is already a little bit late, and I know there'll probably want to be a robust conversation about the implications of these results and your own deliberations afterwards. So first thing we'll talk about is our methodology. We conducted the interviews the latter part of June, trickled into the first part of July, trying to get to 300 interviews. We got to a little bit shy of that. 300 is what we got the last time we conducted a survey for you in your some of your prior ballot measures here. It was a little bit of a tough time of year with a number of people, myself included, had COVID during this time frame, and everyone had 2 years of pent-up vacation, so maybe it wasn't all that surprising. But I think the results are still really accurate, and I think you'll see that they probably confirm many of your suspicions. The main numbers here to keep in mind is the margin of sampling error. So for questions asked of the entire sample, the margin of sampling error is basically 6%, plus or minus 6%. A few questions we split sampled, which means that half respondents got one version, half got the other, and the margin of sampling error is higher, it's about 8%. The methodology that we used was that we reached out to those who are likely to vote in this November's election based upon their past voting history. So it wasn't all adults. It wasn't even all voters. It was those who are likely to vote in this November's election. We reached out to some via telephone. They took the phone interviews online. Interviews on the phone. For others, we sent them email invitations or text invitations to take the survey online. We have a few comparison points from surveys we conducted. In the 2020 cycle, we did a baseline survey and a sort of follow-up tracking survey in 2020. And so we have some comparison points there. So with that, I'm just going to quickly go over sort of the different buckets of the goals of this research. So There's a few questions that we asked about life in Half Moon Bay, perceptions of city government. So we can track those over time, see where voters' heads are as just a check-in for you. I take advantage of this opportunity to see, but also it helps us get a feel for asking respondents to consider a ballot measure here. Where's their headspace right now? The optimistic, pessimistic, things of that nature. Then obviously, as Jessica said, we have the two different ballot measures and testing that viability for those. And then also as sort of a part of this, we would ask, well, if money were generated from one of these measures or some other means, and that money was available to the city, we went through a variety of ways that the funds could be spent. So that might be informative for the purposes of potentially placing one of these two measures on the ballot, but also it's a helpful check going forward that you can use for future budgeting. So with that, I'll get to the first part of here, which is how people, these voters that we surveyed here, view life in Half Moon Bay. Here's the old Gallup question: right direction, wrong track. So the blue bars are the more optimistic folks, think the city's headed in the right direction. Orange bars, wrong track. Gray bars are somewhere in the middle. You'll see back in the 2020 election cycle, we had a plurality or majority who thought the Half Moon Bay was headed in the right direction. And now it's a little more split, 38% right direction to 36% wrong track. We are seeing these numbers sort of fall kind of most every place. I've seen a few cities sort of hold steady over the last few years, but the pandemic, inflation, a lot of these uncertainties have really colored people's perceptions of just where things are headed, broadly speaking, in society and our country to some extent. And whether or not that's specific to Half Moon Bay, sometimes those perceptions at the federal and state level are cascading down. So we're seeing erosion of these numbers everywhere. But I think it's helpful, independent of that, just to see that there's a little less sort of optimism about the future than there was in 2020. However, when we ask some questions about views of city government, they are looking pretty darn similar. So the first set of bars you see there are, do you approve or disapprove of the job city government's doing overall? And 61% said they approve to 28% disapprove. So a 2-to-1 ratio of approval to over disapproval. And that's virtually the same as when we asked it in 2020 and 2019. For the city council, the numbers are very similar. So you see there 54%, 56%, and this current story, 51% approved of the job council is doing. There's a few more folks in the disapproval side, but still kind of in the somewhat similar ballpark. So while there's some, maybe a little more anxiety about the future, where things are headed, perceptions about the job the city is doing overall are holding steady. We did ask this proxy question in a couple of the last surveys here. And this is do you think the city needs more money to provide services? And the scale we used was, well, do you think there's a great need for additional funds, some need, or only a little bit of need, or do you feel like there's no real need? We have found that there's a relatively tight correlation between perceptions of a city having a greater some need with support for a revenue measure or for generating new revenue at least. And you'll see here that back in the 2020 cycle, we had around 3 and 5 said there's at least greater some need. You still have a majority here, but you'll notice that it's dropped. So it's down at 54%. And that's it's a 9-point drop there and an 11-point increase in those in the category of, I don't really feel like there's a big need. So far as we're telling this story here, a little more anxiety about where things are headed, but still pretty solid, consistent views of city government's performance, a little bit less perceived need for additional funds. In terms of the city's, and the italicized language here is the survey question language that we used, in terms of the approval of the city's management of local tax dollars, we see numbers that kind of look a little bit like December 2019. So we're at 46% approved to 39% disapprove. They were a little more optimistic about the city's financial management in July of 2020, so 2 years ago. But that gray bar was actually kind of big too, so there was a little more uncertainty, sort of hovering in this roughly half-ish, maybe a little bit less than half, who feel like the city's done an okay job managing its funds. Now, what is some of this anxiety being caused by? And the question that we asked here was, well, here are some potential problems facing Half Moon Bay. You taking the survey, you tell us. And we asked these in random order, so it's not, and not all of them were asked to everybody. We did some split sampling in here. So keep in mind the margin of error is a little bit large for some of these items, but the scale we said was, do you think something's an extremely serious problem, a very serious problem, somewhat serious problem, or not too serious of a problem? So the darker orange bars, extremely and very serious problem, those are things that response to the survey generated some intensity, things that they're particularly worried about. We've summarized those on the right-hand side and sorted by it over these couple of slides. And you'll see here towards the top of the list, and certainly with the intensity, traffic congestion, and the cost of housing. Now, I understand that from a community satisfaction survey the city conducted somewhat recently, traffic congestion was at the top of that list. So there's some consistency here. The cost of housing is something that it's California. Virtually everywhere the cost of housing is a big concern. There's particularly a high level of intensity around that in Half Moon Bay, along with some other cost of living items. Generically right below that, the cost of living at 64%, extremely vary, but inflation itself. And then, of course, you've got the drought. So some of the top issues here are cost of living oriented, traffic, and the drought. I will point out that on the housing costs, we're at 64% who view that as an extremely very serious problem. The number of people experiencing homelessness, only 40% feel particularly intensely about that. Now, 49% feel like at least it's a somewhat serious problem, so no one's dismissing it, but it lacks the intensity of just the cost of housing, broadly speaking. Second slide and final one in this series were a bunch of items where that extremely very serious kind of dips below 40%. And we started to see some of those blue bars get a little bit bigger here. So towards the very bottom of the list, only 29% feel like crime is an extremely very serious problem. Potholes kind of in the similar range there. The amount you pay in local taxes, that's important here for revenue measure, only about a third, 32%, feel like that's a particularly pressing problem. So let's do one of the second goals here was let's talk about the measures. And there's this slide's got a little bit of text on here, but talks about our approach, which is that we have both these measures. And so everyone was asked about both of them in random order. So someone had the DHT first, some had the sales tax first, and they got that hypothetical 75 words that we worked with your city attorney and obviously staff crafting, so that theoretically it can be placed on the ballot as is. People were asked to respond to that without a lot of background information. And then a little bit later in the survey, we said, well, let's try to model what might happen if there's a community, conversation about these measures, pro and con arguments, essentially. And that would let us see where the ceiling and floor for support for these measures might be. And so the first they heard were those supportive statements, and then they asked them to revote. And then we said, here are some reasons to vote no, and here has a final revote at the end. And these are, in fairness, modeling a scenario where every single voter is either reading or listening to all this information. And we know that's not how the real world works, but it does give us a sense of, well, if everyone heard all the pros, everyone heard all the cons, what sort of impact might that have? So with that background, let's go to the first item here, which is the sales tax. So this is that majority vote threshold that Jessica referenced. This is the hypothetical 75 words, would raise around $1.5 million a year. And we go through a variety of different general purpose sort of spending categories that the funds could be spent on. What we did is said, well, you either heard or read these 75 words, you tell us in your own, and would you vote yes or no? If someone said they'd vote yes or no, we pushed them a little bit. Is that definitely or probably yes, or definitely or probably no? And then for anyone whose initial reaction was to be undecided, we pushed them a little bit too. Are they leaning one way or the other? And that gives us 3 flavors of yes, 3 flavors of no. And that little tiny gray bar, the 2% undecided, we're actually asked twice. So there's not that many undecided voters. Sales taxes are pretty easy to understand. We usually don't see a lot of indecision about them. And what we see here is kind of an interesting and almost somewhat unique distribution of support here. It's a 50% plus one measure, and it starts off at 58% yes. So that is a 8 points above the vote threshold. So in that context, hey, that's pretty solid support for a general purpose measure. However, I will add that a couple of the other items that we look at here as well, to get to that yes vote, how reliant are you upon those who are only leaning yes, whose first gut reaction was to be undecided? And that a 9% leaning yes is a pretty high figure. And if you took those away, if you assume that the electoral climate turned a little more sour or something along those lines, and a lot of those peeled off, you'd be pretty much right at 50%. Another variable that we look at here is, well, let's look at the intensity of support and opposition. For pretty much any ballot measure you want to place on the ballot, you want to have more intensity on the yes side than the no side, particularly important for a 2/3 measure. And here we don't see that's the case. 17% said they would definitely vote yes, 21% definitely no. You know, again, it's 4 points, it's not a huge difference, but it's a little more on the no side. And it suggests that while this measure enjoys a reasonably large majority of support, it is very tentative. We have a couple slides on looking at some of the demographic splits here, and I'll put the caveats here about the margin of error when we start splitting up the electorate into smaller subgroups here. I'm just going to kind of focus more on that total yes column here. So amongst men and women, men were a little bit more supportive than women. By age, not a lot of difference there in some of the big buckets. By party, you know, a maybe perhaps not surprising difference. Democrats and independents were both above 60%. Republicans are at over 60% no. And looking at the homeowners and renters a lot more supportive than homeowners. We could look at Latinos were a sufficiently large proportion of this electorate to look at, but they didn't look any different from anybody else. White voters, all voters of color, and the subset of those who are Latinos, all in the same sort of mid-60s range. Those who do not have four-year college degrees, so they could have an associate's degree, could have just graduated from high school, could have started school, maybe they're in middle school right now, they are almost 20 points more supportive than those with four-year college degrees. The last group here is something that is a little tricky to understand. But if you look at the last 6 statewide elections, how many of those did these voters participate in? And you'll see that bottom number, 6 out of 6, those are your perfect voters. So if turnout ends up being disappointingly low, those folks are still going to vote. And you'll notice that to get that 58%, you're relying upon a bunch of these voters who are probably still likely to vote this November, but not as likely as those perfect voters. And those perfect voters' support level is lower at 53%. So it is not a particularly hot button contested election at the top of the ticket in California this cycle. So right now it's a little bit uncertain what the turnout will be, but if it ends up being a little bit lower, it feels like this margin could be even closer. So let's get to the VHT. So this is a 2/3 measure, as Jessica noted here. It raises about the same amount of money. She talked a little bit about the structure in her opening remarks, but this one obviously is focused more on the nexus between these vacant homes and homeless services, dumping, making housing more affordable. So that's the 75 words that we presented to respondents here, talking about the 2 different rates. So 6,000 per parcel. And 3,000 for condominium units are empty. And here's how the vote fell out there. So keep in mind, this is a 2/3 measure, and we're only at 40% yes, including 56% saying no. Obviously, a far cry from that 2/3 vote threshold. Twice as many were likely to definitely vote no than to definitely vote yes. So this is a much more challenging position. Challenging is probably an understatement than the sales tax. So let's get to the similar demographic breakouts here. So men and women, I think the main thing here is just look at that total yes column. Oops, that Republican number is the only single digit one. They're at 94% no. But where do we even get to 50% yes? So Democrats at 51% just got there. Renters were the only group here that got to the 2/3 vote threshold, which makes complete sense given the nature of the measure and the sort of the expressed benefits of it. amongst Latinos and white voters. They're both sub 50%. A little more support amongst those without college degrees or college degrees. And here, the voting propensity didn't really matter. Your perfect voters and maybe those who are only a little less likely to vote, but probably still well this November, they're all still essentially sub 40%. So when this question was fielding, we looked at the results for the VHT and we said, wow, this is somewhat surprising. So we added an open-ended question in which we asked those who said yes, tell us why you're going to vote yes. And we did the same for those who indicated they vote no. And then we try to categorize those responses. So a couple things about this. We added this midway through conducting the survey because we felt like it was kind of surprising and we wanted to see if we could learn something about it. So this question was not asked of the full sample here. So keep in mind that the margin of sampling here is quite large. Also, you could say multiple rationales. So these numbers will add to more than 100% if you gave 4 different reasons why you vote yes. But of those who said they vote yes, who were asked this question, the majority said it's about the providing housing options for people, but it wasn't really about getting those vacant houses occupied as much. That's the second category, that 30%. But a full 60% said something about addressing how to, making housing more affordable. And that's a little bit more focused on the spending categories here. I think I'll pause on this one because it's a little bit of text to read, but we pulled a couple of those rationales for support and pulled them in here. Now that one on the left is pretty long. They went through a whole bunch of different rationales. And you'll see that, it seems like a good idea. But even amongst some of these supporters, these are people who said they vote yes. That upper right-hand side, they said, well, what about someone dies and the family's managing the property? Would they be subject to this? So even amongst those who expressed some level of support, there was a little bit of confusion here. It's a little bit sort of interesting to keep these in mind. Let's look at the rationales for voting no on the VHT. And it was pretty clear, and this was asked of a few more respondents because more indicated they vote no, but hey, property taxes are too high, taxes are already too high. Some version of that seemed to be one of the most compelling rationales to vote no. And then a secondary theme here at 22%, which is, this is a government overreach. And then a smattering of a whole bunch of other little rationales. Here are some of those comments. It seems too intrusive. Why do people already pay a property tax have to pay more? Some confusion about it in the lower left-hand corner, where someone thought that it includes tax on undeveloped land, which is, this is just on homes. So a lot of, just sort of mixed feelings. Some were just anti-tax overreach, some were a little bit confused. The last couple questions here, before we get into some of the other, impact to the pro and con arguments there, is we broke out some of the elements, and Jessica hinted at some of these, the exemptions, and talking about sort of when the trigger would kick in for applying the tax. And we put these in random order and asked people whether they supported or opposed it. So you have, majorities saying they support exempting low-income seniors, low-income residents, and anyone experiencing hardship. Some people opposing may have rationales for opposing, or maybe they were going to vote no anyway. Exempting mobile homes, more divided. And then we thought this survey might give us a little guidance as to whether or not the tax would apply if something had been unoccupied for occupied for less than 120 days a year versus maybe doing it the whole year. And there really didn't seem to be any distinction in respondents between those two. So let's get to the impact of the pro and con arguments. So again, I talked about the structure here. So here's the sales tax, starts at 58%. We go through a bunch of reasons why you want to vote yes. And it gets to 60%, so it barely moved. So that's not great. On the flip side, then we came back with a bunch of reasons why you want to vote no, and it only dropped 2 points. So it kind of hovered in that same zone, but the definitely yes was still only at 18% and still was outpaced by the definitely no. And so it's a situation where, yes, there's majority support for a general purpose absent sales tax, but it is pretty tentative over the course of this survey. The vacant homes tax, that yes vote starts off at 40. We almost get to 50% after just the positives, but drop back down to 44% after negatives. But keep in mind, this is a 2/3 measure. This is not, the way we had the structure at least, is not a majority vote measure. So just a couple notes on the different pro and con statements that we went through here. So here are some of the statements that we went through in terms of here's why you want to vote yes on these measures. And some of these arguments were specific to one of the measures and some were a little more generic. So these are the ones that had the most intensity behind them. Generating money for parks, public safety, storm drain maintenance. The fourth one down gets a little bit more to the VHT, which is this one. These are the types of essential workers that this could benefit. Different youth and parks programs. We also went through how these measures could help, particularly the sales tax, about emergency response and things of that nature. And then down the list further here is, well, this will help get vacant homes back into the market. The fact that most people aren't going to pay this, but everyone benefits from it, the VHT, down the list here. And I'll just show you how they kind of stacked up by these bars. So for each of these, we asked, is it a convincing reason to support these measures? Is it very or somewhat convincing? They could also say it's not convincing or they don't believe it. We're just not displaying those here. And you'll see that there were 5 of these that were more compelling. I think the thing that I want to point out is some of the VHT specific arguments really did not resonate. The one that said, hey, we get these vacant homes onto the market by this, we're creating this incentive structure, or that we're generating funds that help. So it's not paid by a lot of most property owners. The one on the housing side that did resonate more is a fourth one down, affordability, which talked more specifically about how essential workers in the city could be benefited. That seemed to resonate more strongly than some of the other rationales for the BHT. On the no side here, these are I'll go back 1 second here. As a crude rule of thumb, for a measure or argument to be compelling, you want it to get to around 70% or higher, very or somewhat convincing, and 40% very convincing. Something gets to 40% very convincing, that may actually make someone change their mind. You'll see that none of these got to that 40%. So none of these rationales really packed a particularly strong punch. So on the no side, we don't see a ton of intensity here either, with the exception of the very first item, which is the cost of living is too dang high here. We also talked about some generic arguments. Government's going to waste our funds. We've already had a bunch of tax increase raises here. Some assertions that the VHT was sort of poorly written and confusing. The fact that the economy is struggling, and perhaps that these sort of things would actually be counterproductive by degrading the quality of life with more traffic. And so the only argument, pro and con, that got to 40% was that the cost of living was high. We saw that list of items that people were particularly concerned about, and cost of living items were paramount among them. The last substantive section here is those spending areas. Just have 3 slides, I believe, in this deck, in this section. Hey, if additional funds were made available from one of these measures or some other means, here are some ways the funds could be invested by the city. You tell us if this is important to you, whether it be a very specific category, a bigger category, or maybe sort of the mechanism by which the funds would have to be managed. They could say something was extremely, very, somewhat, or not too important. You'll notice here that the top couple items here are some public safety ones. We sorted these by extremely and very important, so the darker blue bars. So maintaining those good response times that people like, keeping funds local, that really resonated at 51%, thought that was particularly compelling. We kind of have these top 5 that either got into the mid-high 70s in terms of being extremely or very important, or they got into like at least 40% extremely important. So they had some level of either really broad-based importance or some intensity. Reducing traffic congestion. Boy, all staff told us that was going to be a hot button issue, and they were exactly right. We've seen it pop up several times here. I'm going to note that 4th item down here again is this concept of essential workers benefiting from the additional funds. So we had a few other items around that 2/3 level here. Disaster preparedness, keeping the storm drains in good shape. Kind of the middleist here, so a majority of these voters thought these were extremely very important, but those darker blue bars are starting to get a little bit smaller here. Biking, walking trails, safe roads to school. You'll notice that we start seeing a couple other of the items related to housing here, which is like addressing homelessness, funding programs to make housing more affordable. They're further down the list. I want to go back one here. Than just saying that this is going to be beneficial and help essential workers afford to live here. So that benefit seemed to be a little more compelling than sort of how you get there, maybe, which is funding programs to make them more affordable. And this was interesting. So it's the last slide on this one here, and you see that the orange bars are starting to get a little bit bigger here, where you have appreciable numbers saying something is not too important. Everything here is still seen as at least somewhat important by half of respondents. So nothing's being totally dismissed, but there's a few things in the 30s and 40s in those orange bars. And we kind of tested 2 different ways of talking about discouraging leaving vacant homes vacant or developed residential properties vacant. We're looking to see if there's any distinction in the terminology. Neither one resonated particularly strongly. So if you're going to say that providing rental assistance, which is the 2nd item here, is one of the benefits of a VHT. You can generate funds for that. Or you're going to find just sort of essentially a quasi-market mechanism to get more homes on the market, or providing first-time home buyer assistance. Those were not seen as important as sort of the goal of helping essential workers afford to live here. So that gets me to the last conclusions here, mercifully at 10:30 here. So big picture, life in the city here, a little more division about where the city's headed than there was a couple of years ago, a little more anxiety. Frankly, that's felt all over the place, though. It's nothing particularly unique to Half Moon Bay. The issues that are probably driving this, or maybe traffic is a little more, not unique in California, but in some of your other cities, not quite the problem, but it's seen as a problem in Half Moon Bay. Drought is an increasingly ubiquitous concern, and cost of living issues way up there too. And I think that's particularly relevant for the consideration of a revenue measure here. However, you as a city governor are pretty positive overall. Maybe there's a little bit of a erosion in some opinions about like the city's financial management, but it's kind of all in the same ballpark. And broadly speaking, these other concerns are going up. There's more anxiety, but city government's still viewed very favorably. For a little bit fewer folks feel like the city needs additional funding though. And part of this is probably you're a victim of your own success, the better financial management you have. It doesn't highlight the needs that you have, particularly if you're trying to look multiple years down the road. And then we got some feel from the survey about how additional funds might be invested from the point of view of voters. So let's go to our 2 ballot measures here and viability. The way we structured this one in this survey here was a special purpose 2/3 requirement BHT. Never gets to 50%. So that seems like a pretty tough sell. And I think if we're talking about some of what was driving the opposition, we saw some of those comments about the taxes already there, and you put that together with the 6%, $6,000 number, and it probably felt a little bit large to some folks. Now, at the same time, there's some confusion about it. We saw in those open-ended comments, well, it applies to vacant properties. Well, does it? What happens if someone is managing a property for a deceased family member? So there might be some opportunities to clarify that and explain how it actually works, get some feedback from your community as to how you could refine or edit the implementation of something like this. Obviously, you've got a very short runway if you intend to try to do that for this November, given your starting point right now. So it would really require a pretty substantial community outreach program after something is placed on the ballot and in a pretty short period of time, because really people start voting in the beginning of October these days. When it comes to the general purpose sales tax, it's certainly more viable than the VHT was, just if for no other reason that it gets to 50% its vote threshold is at 50%. But it's not the strongest general purpose sales tax measure I've seen. The support is pretty tentative there. The definitely no's are outweighing the definitely yeses. There's a lot of, to get to that majority vote, you're needing a lot of those who are only leaning yes. And we saw that the perception of the city needing funds, just broadly speaking, has come down from where it was 2 years ago. So this is something that could pass this November, but there's a lot of uncertainty there with a pretty tentative starting spot right now. And it's not quite on the same level of strong footing that maybe a measure like this might be at a different time period. But obviously this looks from this survey research to be a lot more viable than the VHT at this point in time. That gets me to the end of my presentation.
Thank you for a very detailed and informative report. Yeah, it's great information. Do council members have questions for the consultant or staff? Actually, could you close this document now so that we can see raised hands and things? Thank you. Any questions? Harvey, you look unmuted. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I was under the impression that we were going to have a $3,000 vacant house tax. I was just wondering if it was presented that way, if it would change the results.
Well, it's hard for me to speak to that directly since we didn't test that. It didn't necessarily seem like in some of the open-ended comments that the specific amount was noted. It was more of the general concept that this is a tax on top of property taxes. I think there's probably a number of different levers you could pull to change the structure of this measure. That could be one of them, but it's hard for me to say that would make if you're starting, you never get to 50% and you have to get to 2/3. I don't think that would be determinative.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I would be against putting either on the ballot this year. I know that the county did extensive, actually repeat polling on a relatively small parcel tax for one shoreline, the San Mateo County Flooding and Sea Level Rise Resiliency District. And they came up with basically the same results, not much difference. I think the landscape out there is not favorable, and the economy could get worse. There are a lot of people predicting worse. Inflation recently was 9%, worst at least since the war. So my recommendation would be, and I don't know if tabling is the right motion, because I think tabling, you can't bring it back. So you might just say, just not do it this year rather than table it, because we might want to try again in 2 years with the presidential election. But I think putting it on the ballot this year is a bad idea.
Mayor, we do have two public comments. Not sure at what point we want to take public comment.
Sure.
Okay. Linda Cross Anderson.
Good evening, everyone. I know it's kind of late. I'll make this very brief. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, my name's Linda Cross Anderson. I live at Amesport Landing, and I am opposed to a potential vacant homes tax that the City Council is considering for the November ballot. And as a local resident and a local realtor, I'm concerned about how giving the authority to the City Council to tax homeowners will hurt property values in the future. Also, as you mentioned before, many of these homeowners may be experiencing hardships that you have no idea about. And they could be holding these homes for elderly parents or for their children. I sell a lot of second homes. And, sure, you have your upper 2% in Ocean Colony that buy them as vacation homes. But, really, because someone can do that, should they be punished for being able to do that? That's not right either. So, as was mentioned, we're already having to deal with the high cost of housing, falling home prices, high interest rates, sky-high gas prices, inflation, and the talk of a recession. So I think it's the wrong time to try and tax the city residents. So thank you for considering my opposition to the proposed vacant home tax. And I'm asking that you respectively vote no on this matter at the City Council meeting of August 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. John Olam. John?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see a timer come up. I don't know if you know that. We can't see it. There it is.
I wait till you start talking.
Yeah, thank you for my 3 minutes. Now, what the heck? When I was a kid, my mother used to let my father watch Perry Mason, even though she hated Perry Mason. The reason she allowed him to watch Perry Mason is it put all his kids to sleep. Perry Mason was very effective for that reason. My mother let my father watch Perry Mason. If my mother was alive, she would make her kids watch that last PowerPoint presentation. It's not the fault of the presenter. PowerPoint presentations suck. They're a waste of time. They cost a lot of money. You're paying staff to sit here. We're all falling asleep. Nothing was learned that couldn't have been learned by including this in the board packet. I could have read it in 5 minutes and told you that you cannot pass these measures. You would have obviously read it yourself. You would have figured this out by now. You would not have needed someone to provide a PowerPoint presentation or to have to sit up this late for me to have this little rant. So please consider that. Now think about your surveys recently. As far as sales tax surveys go, we had one back in 2010 or whatever, Measure K. They paid all kinds of money. We said we would support it. They went and jury-rigged the system anyways, and then they lost. The sun came up the next day. Measure O, we were told, if we don't vote for it, we don't get a library. Staff gets cut. It's going to be the end of the world. We did not vote for it. The sun came up the next day. That's already spent, like, there went $100,000 in surveys right there. And then now we talked about this survey. Well, just recently, Probalski did a lot of these questions on life issues, lifestyle issues, and whatnot. And he told you what you wanted to hear, that people would be glad to tax somebody else. But apparently this guy asked a different question, and now we find out they're not. If you remember in the Probalski survey, they told you that we loved the sheriff, that we loved how the department was being run. We loved the way our sheriffs treated us. And then we voted the sheriff out by 13 points. You should all remember that when looking at satisfaction with government surveys as to whether that really means anything. So, to keep it short, a lot of money's been wasted again to figure out what most of you already knew in your heart. Nothing new was revealed by anything. And I had to sit there and listen to this for 40 minutes, I think. And I believe the word that the consultant was looking for was merciful, not mercilessly, but honestly, mercilessly would apply to what has been put up with here. This was just a horrible waste of our money. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Bill Paulson.
Hi, my name's Bill Balson. Let me just follow that comment we just heard with another perspective. We live in a delightful city with a wide variety of opinions. And just like most of us, everybody else changes their opinion from year to year based on the current facts as they see them. And you do have to poll people to find out where they're sitting now. That's a pretty reasonable thing. Compared to previous city polls that I've seen, I thought this one was pretty credible. Although, as Harvey pointed out, they missed some important issues. And there are others they missed too. But the big issue is that several weeks ago, the city council adopted a budget with deficits that were forecast for 5 years, even while spending down the city's reserves. At the time, I called that budget unsustainable. Now we've looked at 2 new taxes, neither of which apparently can get the votes to be passed. There's no merit in either of these tax proposals. The problem is the city council has followed a path of overspending, and that needs to be cured. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. No other speakers, Mayor. You're muted.
So I've had my piece. What say you?
I agree with the mayor.
I agree with the mayor.
Robert?
I'm not going to put a stake in the ground, but personally, I don't think, the parcel taxes, I think it's the vacant home tax is a non-starter. I think how you frame where that sales tax money goes to, I wasn't crazy about the framing of some of those positives, the exact wording. So, keeping drains and, street drainage and storm drains clean to prevent pollution, that's one way to frame it. Except I would have framed it as keep storm drains clean to keep your streets and sidewalks from flooding in heavy rains. That's something I think would appeal to everyone. Traffic comes up as the top topic all the time. So I just, if I want to sell a 0.5 cent sales tax, I keep it 2 or 3 items. Here's what these taxes are earmarked for. Could be storm drains, flooding, prevent flooding, could be traffic to, hire more traffic control folks on weekends, summers. People always seem pretty happy about that. Are you willing to pay for that? So, I think we could sell it and just be extremely clear about where the money would go. Not to 20 different things, fixing potholes, all the things people always say, our streets need better, sidewalks, cracks, whatever. So, I think we could sell it, but I'm not going to push it. It's just my gut instinct that yes, it could be sold if you specifically earmark around the things that everyone, when we do all our priority sessions, that people vote for. You just got to frame it up in a way that everyone say, that makes sense. I want my money going anywhere else. I want to go into those things. So I think we probably could sell it, but I'm not going to, I'm fine if we don't go for it this year. So either way.
Joaquin?
Thank you. I remember I think it was last year when the survey, and we found out that there were 264 empty homes. With the need for housing right now in our community, this idea of taxing vacant homes, came up. It was part of the survey that it was done. But even though we in the need of housing, I do also understand, about the economy right now. What's going on not only in Half Moon Bay, in our community, in the state, coming out of the pandemic. I don't think we're ready for this. So I do agree with all of you that even though we're in the need of housing, we are not ready to put this on the ballot to tax our community. So maybe we can hold on to it the next couple of years, and we can revisit it about taxing vacant homes.
So Robert, did you have further comment? Your hand's still raised.
Sorry about that. No, I'm done. I'm ready to vote one way or the other.
So I don't know what kind of direction you're looking for exactly, but it seems to me that the council would direct staff to not place something on the ballot.
Got it.
You need a roll call motion for that direction?
No, we have consensus to not move forward with either of these options.
Okay.
Thank you.
So how do we want to spend the money that we're not going to put on the ballot? Just kidding. Just kidding.
And again, thank you to Chris and Kurt who have been working with us on this for the past few months.
Great. Thank you. Item 3C, which is appointment of a youth representative to Half Moon Bay Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Yes, so we did get 2 applications. Both were attached in the packet. One of the applications was a previous youth appointee of BPAC and who will be a senior this year. We also got a separate application from someone new who will be a sophomore this year. We're recommending that the council appoint her. Her name is Chloe Standez, and we're hoping that she would enjoy the position and stay on for her next 3 years of high school.
Now, Ms. Standez is actually my next door neighbor. Do I need to recuse myself from this?
There is no financial conflict of interest, so no legal obligation to recuse. You're always welcome to recuse if you feel that would be appropriate under individual circumstances, but there would be no legal requirement to do so.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Sure.
I move that we appoint Chloe Standez as the youth representative to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Second.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
And Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Moving on to item 3D, resolution supporting Fix and San Mateo County in their efforts to establish civilian oversight of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. And this is an item that Councilmember Rohrbach asked to be agendized. Or should I say placed on the agenda?
I'll be brief. It's late. I'm going to introduce R.T. Jennings, who is going to talk more about this Fix in San Mateo County. Fix in San Mateo County is a attempt to get more accountability and transparency from the sheriff. It's a grassroots effort that will ask the supervisors to appoint a oversight board and an IG, inspector general. It's something we really need. We've had 2 deaths in the sheriff department in the last 7 years on the coast side. I think RT is probably one of the best people to explain why we need this accountability. All 5 of us council members have already endorsed the proposal individually. And I think tonight we would be the first city to actually be on the record as endorsing it for the entire city council. So I'm going to hand it over to RT right now. Thanks.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Harvey. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor Ruddock and Vice Mayor Penrose and City Council for having us. I am actually just honored to be able to introduce 2 of our leaders from the organization who will take us through an explanation for this resolution. But first, I want to thank the CFTA for their endorsement of this and supporting us, which really means a lot in the community. And second, a big thank you to each of you on the City Council for your support and endorsement. That I really think that it gives us some momentum as we move forward. And we're finding that we're actually connecting to a momentum across the board throughout the state on this referendum. So you'll hear more about that as we go forward. My personal feeling is that we're beginning to hear even more voices from the community. And it was beautiful to hear more Latino voices tonight around the issues that we're facing. And for me, as a minority in this country and the support of others, that I think this initiative really begins to help build relationships between the law enforcement and the community. And it's something that's really needed. It's certainly not a resolution of the issues that we have to face, but it's the beginning, a step forward in terms of how we can hold the organization accountable and how we might be involved in this. So I really hope that you embrace this idea and that we can be the leader in this in our county to take the first step into moving our town, our city forward in this initiative. So what I'd like to do is introduce Jim Lawrence, who heads up our organization, and then Jim will introduce Nancy Goodman, who will walk us through the presentation on this. Jim?
Thank you, RJ. Honorable Mayor Ruddock, members of the City Council. First of all, let me thank you for allowing us to join your meeting. It was long, but I enjoyed every presentation. Again, my name is Jim Lawrence, Chair of the Board, Fitz and San Mateo County. We are a nonpartisan nonprofit, 501c4. And our mission, representing all the residents of San Mateo County, is to persuade the Board of Directors to install a civilian oversight board and Inspector General's office for our San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. To that end, we have recommended to the board that they use their legislative authority given to them by the Senate, AB 1185, to install this board. But first, let me kind of put this initiative into context for you. We live in a democracy. All of our elected leaders have checks and balances. President Biden, the Congress, the Senate, Supreme Court, although they don't get along. Even Governor Newsom has the same checks and balances. I live in Foster City. My local police chief reported to the City Council, as well as the city manager. However, our county sheriff's office has no checks and balances. The office reports to no one. Yes, he's elected or she's elected every 4 years, but so is our president and the governor and our city council and mayors. With the installation of this oversight board, we, the general public, will gain transparency into what this vital government organization is, for which we invest $300 million annually. Let me repeat that, tax dollars, $300 million annually invested into this office with no checks and balances. But more importantly, as RJ said, it will begin to build community trust of those that we've given the right to enforce our laws in a fair and impartial manner for all San Mateo County residents. It's just common sense, good government, and fiscal responsibility to have transparency and accountability for our tax dollars. For your information, 220 cities and counties nationwide and 25 here in California now have civilian oversight boards and an inspector general's office. San Francisco, Santa Clara, Sonoma, our next door neighbors. Last, we, Fixing San Mateo County, have invested a little bit more than a year into this effort. Yes, we've made some measurable progress. Endorsements, the Honorable Anna Eshoo, Jackie Spear, Kevin Mullen, and like you, many of our local elected officials have joined our cause. Even the Board of Supervisors now. The Honorable President Horsley has agreed to form a subcommittee to address and study our recommendations. Our newly elected sheriff, Christina Corpus, supports our efforts. So I want to thank you on behalf of all of us at Fixing San Mateo County. We hereby request your support and endorsement of our mission, and join us in requesting the board to use their legislative authority to install the Civilian Oversight Board in the Inspector General's office. Now, I'd like to turn it over to our Executive Director, Nancy Goodban, who will take you through our slide deck. Like you, we love facts and figures, and she will share ours with you. Again, thank you. Nancy?
Thank you, Jim, and thank you all for your time. I'm going to share my screen and see if you can see that. Can everyone see it okay? So thank you so much for your time, and sorry we're running so late, but I'll go through this quickly. Yes, we're grassroots. We've got 50 volunteers. We're thrilled to have endorsement of our top 4 federal and state elected officials and 13 mayors and former mayors, and including, thank you, Mayor Riddick, and all of you on the city council, as well as the Coast State families taking action. So thank you, RJ, for that. People say, well, why do you need oversight? Basically, partly it's to protect civil rights. And a lot of us got into this because of our concerns about the sheriff turning people over to ICE, because of our concerns about the lack of action on taser deaths and deaths of people of color. And it will protect civil rights. It will ensure greater accountability on the part of the sheriff's office. As Jim said, we don't have that. Supports effective policing. It builds those bridges, or starts to build bridges, between law enforcement and the community, and it does manage risk. We have paid out in our county $2.5 million over the last 5 years from the sheriff's office for the excessive use of force in settlements, and that's just our tax money that's going out. It's a little over $3,000 per deputy. So managing risk is an important thing, I think, for the Board of Supervisors to want to pay attention to as well. Again, we want them to pass an ordinance that sets up effective and strong independent civilian oversight in our county. It would be 2 parts, an oversight board and an inspector general. They both have subpoena power. We're going to talk a little bit more in detail. The purpose is to address complaints from residents, investigate issues, and make recommendations about policy and practice. Why is this needed? People may ask. In our county, people of color are more risk of arrest. Black people are 9 times more likely to be arrested, according to Department of Justice data, and Hispanics twice as likely to be arrested based on their proportion in the population compared to white people. We do have some limited data from the portal that the sheriff has published, and it's pretty similar to that, but the sheriff's office has not been sharing that data, so our data came from Department of Justice primarily. People of color are at risk of death, as we were talking about earlier, and thank you, Councilmember Rohraback, for bringing up these sad stories. But our officers have used tasers to kill people of color. No officers have been charged during the current DA's tenure. And thinking about our larger Bay Area, our 5 counties, as an example, Black people are less than 7% of the population, but they're 27% of the people killed by police. One of the big things in our county up until last November was that we were way out ahead in terms of turning people over to ICE immigration from jail when they were eligible to go back to the community. These are people who aren't a public safety risk. They're ready to go home to their families. If they weren't immigrants, they would go home to their families. They'd get their job back and so forth. But we turned over 2/3 to 3/4 of all of the immigrants to ICE in the last year before he ended up stopping that practice. So that's why we got here. And as Jim alluded to, this is a growing movement. There's dozens in this state, including multiple counties, as well as all over the country, who are doing this kind of oversight. We have a relatively new state law that empowers these oversight functions to have the opportunity of having subpoena power. Then people say, what are you talking about when you mean oversight? There's 2 parts to it: a community-based civilian oversight board and a professional inspector general. They're both appointed by the Board of Supervisors, and they both have subpoena power. The oversight board, people say, well, what do you mean a civilian oversight board? We're proposing in our draft ordinance, which is in your agenda packet, 11 community members with lived experience or advocates and allies, monthly public meetings. Their role is community outreach, listening, hearing complaints and concerns, investigating them, subpoenaing data or people if needed, and reviewing and recommending policies. And the result of all this is giving recommendations to the sheriff and to the Board of Supervisors. Well, if that's the civilian board, what is the inspector general? That's a trained professional. It's typically an attorney with experience in criminal law. And that person would be responsible to be a county employee who does investigating complaints from civilians and whistleblowers and investigating incidents of force and other kinds of problematic incidents. Also having subpoena power. And both of these groups would be providing public information and reports regularly to the Board of Supervisors and the sheriff. And I'm moving through these quickly on purpose, so sorry if it seems fast. It's not going to do us any good unless we have certain characteristics met, and this is based on national best practices. It has to be politically independent. They have to have subpoena power. The oversight board has to reflect the diversity of the community. There has to be consistent support from the Board of Supervisors. There has to be an adequate budget. They have to be able to take complaints directly, not have them mediated through an internal affairs investigation and so forth. And they need access to records. It works around the country, and I won't go into a lot of detail, but in Denver, use of force incidents dropped, violent crime dropped. In New Orleans, they have a new policy on releasing body cam footage, and officer-involved shootings have gone down. In Newark, they were crediting their consent decree and the oversight that resulted from it in why Newark, New Jersey, had less violent protests after the murder of George Floyd. Even with problems, it makes a difference to have oversight. Sacramento County, the inspector general was prohibited from going into the jail by by the sheriff because the sheriff didn't like a report that had been made. And that was a direct, facilitation really for the legislature to pass AB 1185 that gave more power to these oversight groups. In Santa Clara County, just south of us, one of the reasons that the sheriff has a felony charge against her, one of the felony charges against that sheriff is because she failed to cooperate with the outside inspector general request to look into some of the problems in the jail. So it's not a panacea. It's necessary, but not complete. The idea is we would create transparency. It wouldn't be a black box. The public would have data. There'd be public reports to the sheriff. There'd be a sunshine shined on what's going on. But this oversight cannot tell the sheriff what to do, cannot set policies. The Board of Supervisors can't tell the sheriff what to do or set policies either, and could not discipline or fire individual employees, and that's a protected situation. So it's important, but it's not the only thing. So what do we do now? We're outreaching to people like you and community groups and faith community and labor groups and building support. We've got great endorsements from city council members, and we're working with the Board of Supervisors and the sheriff-elect to look at what how this kind of oversight ordinance could be developed and passed by the end of the year. What we're asking for you is to pass a resolution of support, which would be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors. And it basically says that the City Council supports the goal of fixing San Mateo County establishing strong independent civilian oversight with subpoena power over the Sheriff's Office, and being allowed to be listed on our website as a supporter. And then the final thing is come to our picnic in San Mateo, August 13th. So thank you so much for your time, and we will be happy to share this slide deck because it has data in it.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for coming out tonight and staying late. Do we have questions for our guests here this evening? Questions or comments? Robert. Robert, you're muted.
I think he's muted. Yes.
Robert, you're muted. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. And I do have a few questions. It's kind of late, but and I think there's a lot for me anyway to digest and all the details. For example, of how people are selected for the oversight board and the requirements. And I was trying to get a better sense of the relationship and interaction between the oversight board and the inspector general's office if they both have subpoena powers. So I don't understand all the mechanisms, frankly, there. Like, what if they disagree about something, about, do you want to subpoena these records? I mean, how do they operate in tandem in a way that people feel confident that they're working together? And why do they both need subpoena power independently versus, let's say, one or the other? So I didn't quite fully understand that, how those two entities work together is one question. And I'll ask both questions and then you can answer them. In terms of working with our newly elected sheriff, Jim, you mentioned at the very beginning that Christina Corpus supports this. I watched some of the debates, and when I heard her say she supports some form of oversight, I wasn't quite clear, if she supports everything that I saw written in that, 14-page document. And then Nancy said, well, yeah, we're going to work with her to get this thing, moving forward. So, yeah, I'm curious what that process is going to look like, because I'd be interested in what that would look like. And the final question, sorry, there's a third, and maybe, I don't know if Catherine had more information on this. In Sonoma County, I remember reading that they also formed an oversight committee with subpoena power. Actually, the first time they formed it, they didn't have that subpoena power, and then it wasn't really effective. Then they got the Board of Supervisors to add, I don't know if it was an ordinance that got passed by the public to supply the subpoena power. But I wasn't sure, didn't that sort of get into some legal issues that was challenged either by the sheriff's union or something? And I can't quite remember how that all ended up. And since Sonoma County is kind of close, just interesting. So sorry, it's 3 different questions.
Okay, let me see, can I address all 3? First of all, let me start by saying that the Oversight Board and Inspector General is really independent of the Sheriff's Office. They do not report to the Sheriff's Office. Okay. The way it works is the oversight, civilian oversight is the front end. The Inspector General is the back end. The oversight will receive complaints and refer them to the Inspector General, who then will do whatever's necessary, subpoena power, et cetera, and go from there.
Then why does the board so why would the board also have subpoena power if it's the sheriff, I'm sorry, if it's the Inspector General at that back end?
The board also needs to be able to independently investigate items before and make their own decisions. So if they want to make a valid decision, they're going to need to request data from the sheriff. And the way to get that, or ensure you get that, is by a subpoena power, and then refer that to the independent IG for further action. The way that it has been crafted is like the national level has been that with those 2 organizations independently, one public facing, it allows for a more effective one. Now, in terms of Christina, she has indicated she wants support for this. As I said earlier, the board has formed a subcommittee to study and recommend this, looking at the national models, also looking at the models of our next door neighbors, so that we in San Mateo County have the best model available. So it is not that we need the sheriff's approval authorization. The board, via the AB 1185 from the Senate, California Senate, has the authority to install the oversight board. So we want the sheriff, because we want the accountability, we want the community trust, we want the sheriff working with us. But they're 2 independent bodies. This one doesn't report to the sheriff. Otherwise, why even have it?
Yeah, no, I understand that. And I understand what you're saying, that the board would act as, let's say, a congressional investigation committee with some subpoena powers. If they decide to move forward, it's kind of similar to what's going on right now, the January 6th committee. They can then refer it to the Attorney General, who'd be like the Inspector General, who can then bring an action. So I got that part. But, I know we have a lot of goodwill with the sheriff-elect, and I just think, you're right, you don't need her approval. But if she had some concerns about certain pieces of that structure, would you take that into consideration? That's what I'm wondering about. Or the board of supervisors could, right?
The board of supervisors forming the subcommittee. I'm sure if those questions are there from her, they will be taken into account. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, this is not a done deal. We put together a 14-page ordinance because we were advised, put everything in it. Don't be vague, but be detailed and say what it is that you think is important. It will be up to the Board of Supervisors to finalize that ordinance. And as Jim said, under AB 1185, counties are not required, but offered the opportunity to have both, as you kind of said, the Congressional Committee version and the Department of Justice version, both have independent subpoena power. And that was not in the law a couple of years ago, so it's a big deal.
Did you know more about that Sonoma County situation where?
Yeah, they did meet and confer. That was the issue where the unions went for it, and they went to PERB, the Public Employee Relations Board, and PERB agreed that that on some of the elements, not all the elements, that some of the elements they should have met and conferred because it affected their benefits and hours and working conditions. So the county supervisors went back. They wanted to fight that, but as it turned out, they all worked for the last year together, and they announced an agreement June 22nd.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you.
The two parties, the union and the county. Yeah. So that's good news.
All right. Appreciate that. Thank you.
We tried to take those little problems into account. Sitting in on disciplinary hearings and so forth can be a tricky matter.
Right. Great.
But keep in mind, the reason why the independence is, yes, we have a great relationship with the newly elected sheriff, but what happens 8 years down the road if we have another sheriff?
I totally agree with you. Thank you.
Unless there's any other questions, we do have 2 hands raised from the public. Jessica, could you call on the first speaker?
Yes, John Olin.
Okay, there it is. First of all, this is a thank you, Councilmember Rarbeck. I believe you're the one who's single-handed worked more on this issue and been willing to take the heat and get out in front to find a way to make the sheriff more accountable. And I want to let you know I support this idea and willing to get all behind it as much as I can. And I think it's great that the city council appears to be on board with this. There's a couple reasons why we do need the civilian board to have the power of subpoena. Mr. Okeby, for example, was jaywalked across the street. He was mentally ill, and he made a mistake, and he didn't interpret the police actions properly. And 15 minutes later, he was dead. And there was really no accountability even for the procedures that were used that ended up in such a confrontation over somebody who was just wanted for jaywalking. And then we have Miss Harmon, who of course is a big case for some of us around here. And there is video missing from an altercation where she was shot in the back. And 3 shots hit her square in the back and killed her. And the video is missing. There is evidence that is stored in a database that would prove whether or not the video really exists or not. Because just because they say it's missing doesn't really give me confidence to believe that it is missing. And I believe the civilian board, with having subpoena power, would be able to address issues like that. And I believe that even though they've made the contention that there is no accountability or check and balance on the sheriff, there is. It's the 4-year election. Where the problem is, we have a press that doesn't look into these kinds of things, that doesn't investigate questions like what happened to Miss Harmon or Mr. Okeby, or frankly to what happened to Yolanda Sanera a few years ago. So yeah, there's a definite reason why we would need to have subpoena powers available to that board. Finally, I appreciate the way this was presented. I think somebody there understands perfectly how I feel about PowerPoint presentations. And I thought the way that was done tonight was very fast and efficient and gave us credit for understanding the issues. I know you're preaching to the choir on this one, but board, I really support this one. I hope that you support this and get behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next, we have Rachel.
Hello, and thank you for having me. I know it's late for everybody. I'll try to make this fast. I'm just a member of the public, and I have some major concerns about the selection process, who and how people are appointed to the committee, and how we stop those people who are appointed, the individual members of the council, from focusing on political agendas versus their actual duties, like having the best interest of law enforcement and the public as their first priorities. In fact, this actually just happened with the oversight committees in New Mexico. And there are also concerns about the members truly understanding the entire job of what the sheriff's department, the police department, the officers have to go through, what their actual job entails. And that is a major concern. So is there going to be really significant training, because that is a major thing that they will need to know. I mean, you wouldn't put me, Joe Schmo, in charge of an oversight committee of NASA when I have no background. I mean, it makes no sense. They would need to know the job in and out so that they could properly do disciplinary action or know when it was warranted as part of the job. In fact, in cities who have implemented these oversight committees like Albuquerque, Minneapolis, they were finding that members of these boards were more working to gain control over a community's law enforcement instead of actually honoring their commitment on neutrality on behalf of the public. So this has led to inconsistent discipline. There's concerns about excessive taxpayer costs, lack of impartiality, which is really what my big thing is here on behalf of the people who are appointed to these positions, and lack of true law enforcement representation. I mean, are there going to be ex-police officers, sheriffs on this board? I mean, these are major concerns. So at this point, unless those things can be answered properly, and thoroughly, I do not support this at all.
Thank you,
Rachel. That was a great question. I'll say this. The thing about now, as I indicated, over 200 cities and counties have oversight boards and commissions. We're coming in on the tail end. All these things have been addressed and are being addressed, so we get the benefit of not making those mistakes. Two, the board, as I indicated, will form a subcommittee. We want to take all these issues into consideration before we actually appoint a board. And the board actually appoints each member of the board. So it's not the Civilian Oversight Commission or Fixed in San Mateo County doing the appointing of these individuals. And yes, there will be training. So we looked at these things. We see the same issues as you see, and we tried to craft the best possible recommendation to the board as possible. So thank you for your comments.
Maureen Fleming. Maureen, are you there?
Good evening. I am here to register my total opposition to a civilian oversight board of the sheriffs and an inspector general's office. I am adamantly opposed to any subpoena power. This would be terribly misguided. Once again, the radicals just won't stop. Fix in San Mateo County is a highly funded radical organization from the outside. They have been in over 220 cities. They are not local. This is not grassroots. They are supported by the ACLU. They approach or partner very vulnerable groups such as CFTA, California Families Taking Action. Most of these people are illegal immigrants, impoverished and ignorant, but these people can be seduced to go into the streets in the name of social justice and riot. CFTA does have paid activists on staff. I look at the ACLU letter to the Board of Supervisors dated June 24th. It refers to 19 use of force deaths by the sheriffs over 12 years. This is 1.5 deaths with a population of 800 people, and that does not include illegal immigration and the tourists that come into the county. This tells me that the sheriffs are doing outstanding work. It is very dangerous to set up a group which consists mainly of people who have not been able to control their own lives and put them in charge of the sheriff's livelihoods. I am thinking of prior alcoholics, former drug users and dealers, former abusers, former juvenile delinquents, etc. The data looked to support this oversight board does not justify the additional burden. Make no mistake, this will cost money. Bureaucracy, paperwork, and reporting. Make no mistake, subpoena power will jam up the courts and the legal system. We need to focus on the crime and who is doing the crime. Don't have outside activists dividing this community of Half Moon Bay by skin color, by race, and by ethnicity. Thank you.
The only thing I'll say to that is that I've been in this community 40 years. I'm not an outside activist. I was mayor of Foster City. I believe in public service. I think everybody in our organization has been here equally the long amount of time. So thank you for your comments, but we are local. Thank you.
Okay, I see no other hands raised. I have one comment. I am concerned about the proposed makeup of the advisory or of the independent oversight board. I liked what you said about, representing the diversity of the community. I'm concerned about the statement that that the members would be people with lived experience or advocates. So I guess I'm sort of sharing Rachel's concern about, its ability to be really independent and neutral and fair. So if you're talking about diversity, yes. I would be very concerned if it's limited to people who had, only people who had negative interactions with the police or had a loved one die because of actions of the police. I'm very concerned about that piece because that introduces the prospect of retaliation. So, I have concerns about that.
It's a valid concern. If you read further in our recommendation that each supervisor would appoint 2 people and then they jointly will appoint 1. So the board has the ultimate authority of appointing everyone on the civilian oversight. So whether we recommend something or not, it's up to the board.
Yeah, but I don't like the recommendation to the board that it should consist of people with lived experience or be advocates, such as yourselves, for instance. I don't think that's a good approach. I think, to get buy-in and to be effective and to avoid, charges of, politics, basically, the board needs to, not be made up of people with access to grind or, having the perception of it's made up with people with access to grind. So I have a problem with that piece.
And that's a good point too. I mean, that is something we were thinking about. That's why the lived experience isn't always somebody who's had, a negative interaction or with law enforcement, but we included specifically like crime victims, because that's another group that has a perspective that's often ignored. And that's the kind of individual who I think would say, well, wait, here's what I saw, or here's what I experienced, faith community and so forth. So we were trying to be as broad as we could.
Yeah, I still have, concerns about that framing. What you want are people, capable of looking at things, fairly beyond their own narrow perspectives to hear both sides of the story. So I think you need to rethink that piece. And
good input. We will take that advice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So one of the issues raised was about where does Christina Corpus stand? And I still support your work in putting together civilian oversight. I'm not saying I don't anymore. And I'm happy to bring this back. But as a professional courtesy for a newly elected sheriff who's bringing a lot of, what I think are good things to the table and could be, transformational, I'd like, as a professional courtesy, give her a chance to come here and, talk to us about, where she sees things. I'm really happy that the Board of Supervisors has formed the subcommittee to look at the issue. I support that too. But I think we owe Christina Corpus the professional courtesy to come and, address us on the issue.
I have no issue with that at all. We have no issue with that at all.
I still didn't hear you, though.
I said we have no issue with that at all.
Okay.
Your request. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have a chance to ask her questions, in the public forum.
Great idea.
So, yeah. What do other folks think at this point?
So are you suggesting then that we continue this resolution to have time for Christina to come here? And
Yeah, and it gives me a chance too to look, more closely at the ordinances, the draft ordinance or the recommended ordinance that's been, submitted. So yeah, continuance is more of what I'm thinking. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with you about the makeup of the Citizens Board Oversight Committee. I think it has to be a balanced committee. I think that's critical to have it become a valid committee without a political axe to grind. However, I feel very strongly that this is a citizens' initiative. And although I would like to hear what Christina Corpus has to say about it, if she came here and said, I don't think it's a good idea, I'm going to dismiss that. I frankly am not asking the sheriff's approval of this, nor am I asking her to endorse it. I hope she will, and I hope she will be part of the discussion and help to make it a really workable committee. And I think that her cooperation is going to be essential if the committee is going to be effective. But I frankly, I'm not looking for her to tell me it's a good idea or not a good idea.
Yes, I described it as a professional courtesy to, she's newly elected. She was newly elected by people like us who want to see change, who want to see oversight, who want to see, a better, more just, more fair world for everybody in their interactions with police, right? So I'm just, trying to be statesman-like here. She's newly elected. I supported her. I'd like to give her the professional courtesy to come here and talk to us. So it's a continuation. It's not a denial or a rejection. I want her to start off on a good foot.
I'm sorry. I know. I just wanted to make sure Joaquin didn't speak yet, and Harvey. So before I speak again, just want to let them chime in.
I'll go.
There's Joaquin. Oh, there's Joaquin. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, my voice, as it gets later, my voice kind of goes to sleep before I do. Well, I don't think I need to hear from Christina to make a decision on this. When I learned about fixing San Mateo County, it's something that I endorse right away. It's something that has been needed. We need this. And when we're talking about experience lived, it comes from every angle of the community. Good experience, bad experience. But I think for me, to make things better, it comes from that experience, that personal experience that I had with law enforcement. And I was able to share with the group, my experience with law enforcement. For 15 years, I worked with the Juvenile Probation Department that works under the Sheriff's Department. Being a person of color with a college education, a career, a family, no criminal record of any kind, not even a misdemeanor, I was still being harassed, by law enforcement with all that behind me. So that's why I strongly support this initiative to create this oversight, of the sheriff's department. There's so many things that happen in our community that go untold. Being an active member of my community, an activist, an organizer, I know stories from all over the county. Now, more than ever, I think, we need this. We need to have this oversight of the sheriff's department. I want Christina to be successful. I want a new sheriff to be successful. And I have offered my support for her, for the department, for the sheriff's department, for deputies here in Half Moon Bay. The way we need to move forward is we need to make sure that, incidents where people of our community have lost their lives don't happen again. To be able to do subpoena records of incidents or footage from camera incidents don't go missing, we need to be able to do that. So I strongly support, this initiative. And I think it's about time to do something like this in our county, in our community.
Robert, you still have your hand up? Thank you, Joaquin.
Yeah, thanks, Joaquin. Well, I think it's been stated a number of times. I mean, the Harmon shooting is the perfect example where we couldn't even get a record from the sheriff of whether or not a camera was turned on or off. And I remember saying at the very beginning, I said, the only way you get that is family's going to have to get their own counsel, and it's called acting as a private attorney general. Well, the whole idea of having subpoena power with an inspector general takes care of that issue. We don't have to go to the state attorney general's office. We'd have it here in the county. So, so I think it's critical that we have that kind of oversight with subpoena power. But I just want to make, again, I appreciate, Jim, what you said, willing to look at the, in the 14 pages there, especially the pieces around what kind of representation should be on it. And, my profession is making sure workforces are diverse and that there's equity. So that's what I do. So I'm a strong supporter of that. But I just want to be sure that, if a supervisor gets two choices, but then all of a sudden you look at the board, and that's where the, interesting part comes. Oh, okay, well, we don't have anyone here who's been incarcerated. So, does that force that person's hand not to appoint a really good person who's fair and a great weigher of facts, a real good jurist type person? So I just felt that it was a little on the prescriptive side in the sense of, don't ensure, to ensure diversity, and wanting to make sure you have people who have had all kinds of experiences with the sheriff, but also make sure that it doesn't appear that there's a lot of bias against law enforcement. That's part of my brain. Part of me thinks, well, I'm sorry, law enforcement has created the reason for needing some weight on that other side, because unfortunately law enforcement sometimes will back each other up, prohibiting getting to, a real accurate version of what's happened in real justice. So, so either way, I want to see this move forward, but I do think I'm glad that you're open to just, working on some of those pieces.
Keep in mind, these are just recommendations. AB 1185 gives all the power to the board of supervisors. We're making only recommendations. They don't have to accept them. They said they're going to form a study group and look at them. They're going to make their own decision. And I trust the board.
And I think that we're looking at lived experience from a perspective of either for or against. And lived experience is also living in a community. It's also, I drive to work every day. So, I mean, we can really dig deep and look for how it might be swayed one way or the other, but lived experience has a wide range. And I don't think that that's, the intent is not that we have 11 people who have an axe to grind. I think it's a lived experience is, are you a part of the community? Are you driving to work every day? Are you, is it an equal or is there a diverse group in this so that we represent everyone in the community, right? So I think one is that there are pieces that are not perfect, as in everything that we do, and will we have to continue to work and refine? The answer is yes. The other is that in terms of the sheriff, I know they both sheriffs, when they were running, talked about supporting this, and that this is something that we need now, that we are in a position where people are dying now, where we're seeing news feed of injustice happening now, and that we wait and iron out every little detail. It just continues to allow this to continue. Right. And I think to Joaquin's point is that we're making a decision for our community, and that the sheriffs are elected. The sheriffs have a job to do, and if this is a part of the job, then it's what they need to embrace. I don't think it's something that we hold back because of their opinion or right. This is a part of it. So, we're in conversation with a sheriff, sheriffs, and I am anyway, in general, just wanting to know what's going to happen in that position. But this is something that we are thirsting for. And if you look at the news feed, the country, the world is thirsting for justice and change. This is in our hands.
I totally agree with you, RJ, and I think that I think this type of oversight, board and inspector general, and I'm not saying there's not transition pains in the process, but it's what in the long run ensures a more professional sheriff's and police force and law enforcement. That's what it ensures. And it ensures, it helps ensure, because what you've seen in a lot of situations is fellow officers have been afraid to call out the bad behavior of another officer. And knowing that there's an oversight group with subpoena powers, which will back that person up, will give them, the courage and, the feeling like, no, they don't have to worry so much about, what the sheriff's going to do or say. And deputies will become more professional. And I think that's what they want. And that improves morale. So that's my feeling about it. And I'm glad. I think, yes, I'm ready to move forward.
Nancy, you're muted. There you go.
Yeah, I was just thinking on a couple of things, and this is such a good discussion. Number one, with regard to the impartiality, we spent a lot of time in our wording work group trying to put together some of the characteristics that would be required, being a team player, having a history of integrity, being committed to this kind of good work. And so that was our way of trying to get out of having a bunch of people with an axe to grind, as you say. So we'll be really careful about that. But about Christina Corpus, I was just thinking about being a little careful of that too, because I know that she's really busy in transition. We've reached out to her and she doesn't, because of the transition work and trying to figure out what's going on, with contracts and so forth. She hasn't had a chance to do a deep dive into the ordinance, but we also know that CEO Mike Callaghy is speaking with her, and as is Supervisor Horsey. So she's definitely in the loop. And as we've reached out to her, we're very transparent about it, and we shared the ordinance with her. So I don't want to put her in too difficult position either by asking her to speak out on something that she maybe hasn't the bandwidth yet to totally embrace.
Well, I'm not prepared to support your ordinances drafted because I haven't had a chance to dive into it and to understand. So if I were to go with the rest of the council and approve a resolution in support, I would not want that draft ordinance attached to it. You know, we can continue it and I can look at the ordinance and, you know, have a chance to weigh in on it. But if we're going to move tonight, I don't want the ordinance attached to our resolution because I haven't had a chance to read it and understand it. So I want to make that really clear.
I am ready to move forward with it.
With the ordinance?
Yes.
As am I. I have read it, and I think it's carefully crafted. I think the argument that it will be the oversight board will be populated with people with access to grind is not going to happen because the supervisors are the ones who are going to appoint the board. And I agree with Joaquin and RJ. The time for oversight is past. I mean, we really need to do it.
I'm not questioning oversight. I'm questioning how we want to proceed this evening. And while I may agree that I want to support a resolution, I don't feel comfortable, you know, attaching the ordinance to it because I'm not comfortable that I understand it enough tonight. So I'm happy to pass a resolution in support of oversight because I've already done it personally, but I'm uncomfortable with the idea of approving a draft ordinance that I don't fully understand and that hasn't been, you know, more thoroughly vetted.
The ordinance is not, we're not approving an ordinance. We're only approving the procedure where the supervisors will consider it in their subcommittee. And in that sense, I think it makes perfect sense that we should go ahead and approve the tentative draft ordinance that has been worked on so carefully.
Well, I still disagree with how they frame the makeup, you know, of the advisory board. I don't think that's good. I think there's going to be blowback around that.
And by the way, your point is such a good one, Mayor, because the resolution, the draft resolution just says supports efforts to have a established oversight and to pass a strong ordinance. It doesn't say
I'm in favor of that.
Yeah,
but I could not make a phone call, you know, to my supervisor and say, I've read this ordinance. I want you to adopt this ordinance. I couldn't say that right now. Is an individual, you know, or as a council member. I may choose to go along with the rest of my council members, but, you know, I'm having a problem with that approach.
So process-wise, I also have issues with the draft ordinance as it's written, but it's a draft. And I think knowing, you know, the board, you know, who's on the board of supervisors, yeah, they're going to take a look at this and massage it. And I think that, you know, folks like Mike Callaghy and Don Horsley will also, you know, there'll be an interest. I think, I would certainly think they'll end up with a robust behavioral interviewing process that will ensure, you know, with the help of people who are on Fix It San Mateo here, you're very thoughtful folks, you know, so you'll help. You don't want this thing to fail, right? You don't want a bunch of folks who are going to act like cop haters all of a sudden, you know, and if they're appointed. You want folks who are fair, and you'll ask good questions to assure that they have different backgrounds, to RJ's point, that brings real life and a background of, you know, living to that board. but also folks who know how to be fair and have a sense of equity in the decision-making process. And that's what good behavioral interviewing questions assures. So I trust that the process will get better and better when it moves to the Board of Supervisors. And it is just a draft ordinance that'll be worked on. So yeah, so that's how I'm feeling. This thing is just a draft. It has to start somewhere, and I'm fine. Folks put a lot of efforts into drafting these things. I think it was a lot of good thought. But I certainly agree with the mayor that I can see how it could come across to some people as, potentially one-sided. And so I get that. But that's where, as the process continues with the Board of Supervisors, they'll take a look at it. And I do not think that it'll necessarily resemble what we're looking at tonight. There'll be elements, but it's not going to look exactly the same. So.
And the resolution doesn't ask that it look like this ordinance.
Right.
All the resolution asks is that the Board of Supervisors pass a strong ordinance.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm in favor. I'm totally in favor of that. But it looks to me like their proposed ordinance is attached to it. If Fix and San Mateo wants to separately, send to the Board of Supervisors, this is what we want. This is what we're thinking. We'd like you to consider this. Yes, no problem. But by attaching it to our resolution, it looks like we've read and are endorsing.
We're not asking you to attach it to the resolution.
Okay.
We're not asking you to attach the resolution. No.
All right. Well, I'm good to go.
Yeah.
It was just in the packet, I think, as a reference.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It was in the agenda packet, but not meant to be attached to the resolution.
Full disclosure, every document we have is full disclosure. We want to share it with everyone. Right.
Harvey, are you going to make a motion?
Please do. Do you want to read it, Deborah, or Harvey? Why don't you do it?
I don't have it in front of me.
I got it. I got it in front of me. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Would you like me to read it? I'll be glad to.
No. Do the honor. This far. Go ahead.
I move that we receive a report and consider adopting a resolution. We adopt a resolution supporting Fix and San Mateo County efforts to establish a civilian oversight of the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office, including urging the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to pass a strong ordinance to create a civilian oversight board and inspector general, both with subpoena power.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brownstone?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Rohrbach?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose?
Yes.
Mayor Reddick?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
Okay. Thank you
for your support.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and thoughtfulness.
And we enjoyed the conversation. We really did.
No, thank you, Nancy,
Yes.
Jim, RJ. This was a really good conversation, and get the dialogue going. Thank you, Harvey and Joaquin.
And I appreciate that you know your material.
Thank you.
Know your subject.
And full disclosure, I'm coming to you from Martha's Vineyard, so I'm seeing the other coast and how they live on the water.
Well, aren't you lucky?
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
Send photos.
Will do.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Moving on, do we have any commission and committee updates? It's a little late, but.
Madam Mayor, we don't this evening, given the hour.
Any city council reports from anybody? Robert, your hand is up. Do you have?
Oh, yeah, it is. Sorry about that.
Hearing none. I'm going to adjourn this meeting.
All right. Good work, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
Cheerio.
Night, night.